You're supposed to play the video.
Hello everyone. Welcome. There is a video.
Play the video before. Yeah, play the video before we speak.
All right. Video time.
Jen's excited.
Oh no.
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
WRC チームです。
チームです。WRC チームです。
うん。
WRC チームのジェンドリカです。
最後の最後までは多分少なくても楽しめる対戦だったかなと
思います。そうですよね。惜しくもチーム3着になる、まあ3位になってたんですね。
うん。
ちょっと。
そうだね。結構罠に落ちちゃったです。
罠に落ちちゃった。私もちょっとうまく打てるんだなと思ってたんですけど、なんか初めての夕刊富士、サンケイ新聞上海なんですけれども、この WRC チームでみんなと一緒に戦って本当に良かったんです。もうなんかもう今はちょっとすごい申し訳ない気持ちがちょっとあるなんですけれども。
いや。大丈夫。一番ラスト乗ってたのは私だから。でも個人戦はリカちゃん明日、プレイオフがあるから。
そうです。明日のプレイオフがあります。
応援しましょう。
ここで勝ってたらもうチームと一緒に同じです。もういけます。頑張ります。
頑張って。はい。OK。
じゃあ
お疲れ
様でした。応
援ありがとうございました。
Hello everyone. That was Jen and Lika, and I'm joined by Jen today as well. Hello. Jen, hello.
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 Sorry, one second.
But yeah, thank you for joining us on the WRC channel. Today we're bringing you the first half of the individual qualifier of the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2024-2025 season.
Sorry,
Please
my dog is here too. She was scratching at the door and would not shut up.
We're in this commentary. I love it. I hope you hear some kind of cute little kind of yips.
Yeah. She just wants treats, but I already gave her so many treats.
Aww. Yeah. Later on today, we'll be joined by Jeremy, Tipzntrix, Nathanael, and of course Arthur. They're amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got to say. Our broadcast today is sponsored by WSC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate and Rec 3 order tables. WRC, of course, is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, and next of which will be in Tokyo in July! So soon.
Yes. It's coming.
Yeah, I know, right? It's exciting, but also, it's going to be big. But yeah. Up to this point, as you have hopefully been watching, as we've been streaming, the Sankei Shimbun Cup was made of 2 leagues. We have the SEP League in Tokyo, the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, 64 teams were split into 16 groups of 4. Each group battled the other 3 teams in their group for 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players advanced to 2 different final tournaments. We'll be watching that individual tournament today. We also, of course, had WRC sponsoring a team this season, made up of an entirely international roster. We had Gemma as our team captain, and of course, Jen from the US, Mio from South Korea, and Lika from China were the ones taking part. While Jen fought valiantly, I don't think you were that bad. I don't think that at all. I watched that video.
Felt bad. Felt bad, man.
Yeah. That last Hanchan though, you took 2nd place. It was good, right? It maybe wasn't like the huge first you might have wanted, but you know, still got a good 2nd.
Yeah, there were 2 traps that I fell for that kept me from getting first. I think.
Sadly, as we saw in the video, Team WC did take 3rd place in their group, but Lika did end the season with an individual score of plus 154.7, and she took 25th place. That means she won't get to play round 1 of the qualifier here that we're watching today, but from round 2 onwards, she'll be in it to win it. And I suppose we should talk about how this qualifier is going to work.
It's very complicated. I mean, it seems complicated. It's not as complicated once you kind of get it, but it feels like the way.
Yeah, it's kind of like a showdown at dawn. First to 7th place in that team previous group round that we were watching are already 3. They're at 8th to 23rd place are going to be the ones playing the first round. You only play one game, and you need to be top 3. So even though there are 4 tables, 16 players, only 3 winners are going to make it through to the actual final.
And they
Everyone
carry their
else-
score over from the season, so it's not like
Okay.
brand new score. Yeah, so if you had a lot of points going in, you have a better chance at advancing in round 1.
I like that. That's quite a nice little feature, yeah. All right. But yeah, either way, there is no penalty for losing, other than maybe, as you say, they're carrying their score through. Then there's a small penalty for losing. But if you are not the winner in this game, you move on to round 2, and we'll talk about round 2 when we get to it. But just keep in mind that you really want to be going for a big win in this stage. You want to be one of the top 3, because the earlier you get through to the final, the easier it's going to be for you. It gets trickier and maybe a little bit more dangerous the longer we go on.
And 7 players already made it through the finals. The 1st through 7th place, as written here, in the regular season, advanced to the finals, and they don't have to play in the playoffs.
Yes,
So-
that's the ideal, right? just have the first place score. It's fine.
So I think we have a list of those 7 players, so you can see who they are. I think.
Oh, here we go.
So Aoi Yonashiro took first place, and she'll move on with 287.8 points. I think we've actually seen every single one of these players play this season.
Yeah.
Yumi Otani was M-Leaguer on the Sega Sammy Phoenix team until last year. And also Kanna Maruyama, it was an M-Leaguer as well. So some familiar faces there.
All right.
But
I do think it's really
today,
interesting, isn't it? How 25th place was 154.7, but yeah, we've got to be watching a lot of the people playing. These are the people who are going through the current 16 contenders.
yes, so they'll play game 1. We'll be watching the table with the players who are in green. So we'll be watching the first place player and the last place player, as well as 2 in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that the scores do carry forward. So to win might be able to go from 23rd to 8th, but perhaps not. Perhaps not. Maybe they need to work it on it with multiple games. But yeah, we're going to be seeing Uika Seto in the east seat. If we skip over to the next. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. She is representing Team Heartland from SPM. In the south seat, we have Mayu Fujikawa representing Team 3 Arrows from RMU.
Mahjong
In
Union.
the west, Mahjong Union, okay.
Yeah.
In the west seat, we have who we saw, I believe, only last week, Hiroe Sugawara representing Team RonRon from JPML.
Yes.
Yeah, she managed to climb back. I think I remember the game I watched with her in. She was really far behind, but then managed to make a massive comeback. Yeah, so that was kind of incredible that she managed to get into the top there. And finally, in North Seat, we have Mayu Sugano representing Team Full Flash from SPM. So yes, anything can happen, and everyone is going to be fighting to get one game to increase your score. Top 3 make it through.
Yeah, and there will be no eliminations in the first game.
Yes,
We'll
there
have
will be
eliminations
eliminations at some
later.
point. But for
Yeah.
now, we don't have to worry about that. Everyone is safe. It's all about taking the opportunity. When you really want to get first, you really want to try and secure your... Because top 3 is a really hard target to make, right? I guess it's only top 3 is 16, but...
Yeah, there's 4
Stop.
tables for the first 3 games, and then they'll start cutting down the tables after that. So just out of 16 each time.
Yes.
Oh my god, my dog will not stop scratching the door. I don't know what to do.
Oh no. But yes, I suppose the only way to find out who, if any of these players are going to make it into that next round, is to see it. If you're enjoying the content, everybody, please do like and subscribe to the WRC YouTube channel. We're producing lots of cool content. We've also been doing the Psycho Sen team battle. It's been really fun. And also expect in this week the World Riichi League to be cast. So you want to see the best of Europe and the best of America. We'll be seeing that this weekend. But for now, let's enjoy the individual playoffs for the Sankei Shimbun Cup.
Just saying that. All right, so there's our 4 tables. And everybody vying for a chance to move on. You can see Aki Nikaido there in the back, and Izumi Kitahara across from her. There's Yamawaki, Chifumi Yamawaki, and also Saika Fuji on the table at the left there.
So we have nothing but great players here, but these are the people who made it through. These are the best of the best. And let's see if they can draw good tiles. This is an interesting pool so far. A lot of 1s and 9s, but maybe you can make use of that with a pair of the Norths there. We'll see, we'll see. Not dealer. Sorry, not the East for the dealership, but it's got some potential, I believe. This has a lot more, though, with 2 dragon pairs. The 3 of characters being the Dora. I think all 3 of our people either have them or can accept them. So let's see. What a huge pull, though!
Yeah, that's a really good draw.
Now, here's the question. Do you call that red dragon? I don't think you do. I think you've got time to try and make something happen.
I want to let it go the first time and try and reach with the hand.
But we are going to see... Oh, there it is.
There
The
it is.
reach
That's
comes out.
what I want to do. It's exactly what I want to do.
That's amazing. Wait, the red dragon and the green dragon. We do see a green dragon here in Sugawara's hand.
Yeah, that's something that's come out really easily too, that early in the game. Like that early in the discards.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I
And
think
it
if I
comes out from Uika
That's
Ippatsu. Riichi Hatsu.
no Uridora, but you don't complain about a nice quick win in East 1.
Oh yeah, as dealer too, 7,700 points.
And you're taking points for a player with a really good individual score.
Oh, 52? What? Oh, sorry. It wasn't the... Oh, I had the wrong reach player. My bad.
Okay.
I was looking at the dealer red instead of... Usually it says reach on there, so I just assumed that was a reach, but I think they actually didn't get the reach out in time. That's right.
Yeah.
5,200 for a non-dealer. It would have been 7,700 if it was the dealer. But it was not.
As it stands, though, that does change who is ahead of these 4 at least. Who knows if that puts you in top 3 if you're Fujikawa here, but currently she's ahead on this table. It's a pretty interesting start, though, with a pair of the East in the East round in the dealer seat. Double East, very good. But this is also incredible. Already 1 away from Tenpai. Not the greatest weight, but already 1 away with the Dora. Do you accept it? No! We actually see... Do you see her cut the 8-9? I'm surprised at that, honestly. I wouldn't want to reach on the 3 or the 7 weight, but I would keep both shapes and get rid of all my honor tiles in that situation, I think.
I have to look at the hand a little bit closer. Right there. Oh, it's probably hedging the half flush.
Yeah, but with that 8 of characters draw, it could definitely happen.
Yeah, and the non-flush shapes are pretty poor, so she won't be able to call them or anything, so probably going for maximum value well.
That's fair. Yeah, not even just keeping the nice middle tile there to try and draw a sequence rather than having the 1-2 shape. And we are going to see this half flush push. Yeah, okay, fair enough. The West is their wind, so West half flush for 3 hand. With a Dora, sorry.
as well, pulling. Fujikawa also pulls the 2 dots. Notice we have 2 Mayus at the table.
Oh, we do. I hadn't thought about that.
Mayu
Yeah.
Fujikawa and Mayu Sugano. And also Sugawara and Sugano have the same first kanji for their surnames.
That's true.
Notice these patterns that don't matter at all.
No, it's nice to see them sometimes. It's nice. But yeah, we have an interesting situation with two players, both with a pair of the East. One of them being the dealer, of course. She's going to try and collect the third one, but we're not going to see it come out. Could slow both players down there and give this half flash time to make itself happen. Especially now it's got Dora too. Sorry, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, when you make a flush, you do want to make it in the Dora suit as often as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Pushing 3-hand to 4-hand is just such a huge upgrade. Although perhaps it's pushing 3-hand to 5-hand in this situation. Still, Tenpai for our dealer, but they can only win on the East, which we do see two of. So I don't know if it's going to win. Obviously, she has no way of knowing that, and it's still worth trying to keep that dealership going.
Sugawara has a chance here, trying to decide between all pairs or going for triples. And decides to go for a normal hand, keeping the sequence, and probably thinking about pawning the red dragon.
Rika triples, I suppose, is still available in that hand, but maybe not four.
I think Garth in that situation would want to go for all triples and hopefully the four concealed triples. I think Garth might have actually discarded that two earlier.
It is going to get Tenpai. Very, I think it's just, is it 258? I think it is 258, right? Yeah, 258 works. And there is I believe the two.
Wow, just temp by win, right? Immediately on this table.
With that, it is a mark-on. So a huge win for Sugano. Seto's really having a bad day. Oh no, she came into this with the highest score, and now not only is one player about to overtake her, but two players are about to overtake her.
Right, she wasn't just first place on the table, she was first place overall coming in.
That probably explains why this is the televised table. Still plenty of time. It's only East 3. Anyone can make a comeback, including her, of course. Having said that, Sugawara is our new dealer, and I haven't seen too much from her this game so far, but I don't think I hated the opening tiles there.
Really hard to work with.
Yeah, it's a little bit of shrapnel that needs to be cleared away, but otherwise, I can see it kind of working out.
For this hand, Seto's hand is just kind of junk everywhere. Finally got another open-ended, but still nothing is complete. And
yeah. I will say Sugano's hand is probably the most exciting. Having two Dora definitely can try and go for some value, but I will say Fujikawa's hand is probably the fastest, at least in terms of progress. Yeah, Seto's really just unfortunately not had the greatest luck so far this game. But yeah, I do think it's interesting we're keeping the South here. If I were Sugano, I might be getting crazy ideas of a very boring, very basic all simples hand. Just because I have two Dora.
No, I think that's good when you have two Dora. You definitely want to look at the easiest and fastest route to winning. Make use of the Doras.
And yeah, we do see that sort of small punish with the early 2-pin discard. The 3-pin gets drawn. Obviously, you want to try and make sure that can happen, and you don't want to be stuck on a 1-4 weight when the 1 doesn't give you that all simples, especially if you're trying to plan on opening the hand. But I look at that South, and I'm just, oh no! I look at that South, and I'm just like, why isn't that South gone? Oh. Very unfortunate. Does give everyone else some time, though.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it happens. Happens to everybody. It's frustrating when it happens.
Yes.
And then sometimes you don't even want to discard the tiles like that and show everybody that you missed it.
Yeah, people pay attention, they can see the other two are Sumigiri, right? But like it's that moment when you're playing on an online client, especially if it's got like e-boats or something like that, that's when you're like, okay. I'm just gonna complain loudly as I discard this tile. You guys can figure out the context behind this. But yes. Seto's actually managed to turn his hand into something workable because we've had everyone else kind of stall long enough. It's not quite there yet, but there's actually hope there for Seto. And we are
Oh,
going to see
now Sugano is going for um the inside hand, like you said. Just got there a little bit later.
sort of side grade, increasing their acceptance for Fujikawa. I want to cheer for it, but
Still keeping. I guess she's keeping the south as her safe tile.
I think so. That must be the reason. It was once discarded very early on, and it wasn't called. I think there's a second one discarded later, which kind of confirms it as safe when you see two of them, and you know the third
It's
one is.
Sugawara's Tenpai waiting for the 5/8 character.
And now the south comes out. Yeah,
Yes, Sugano.
perfect timing.
She saw that call and said, "All right, time to retreat a bit."
Thankfully for everyone else, the south is safe. But yes, 5/8 is the weight in characters. I think we see a few of those, but multiple people waiting on 5/8, so I don't think anyone's going to be discarding it if they draw it.
Mentsuoba. So Seto has too many groups and decides to discard one of them, being the the East Wind pair. She had already discarded one East Wind earlier, so that's
Yes.
interesting that she had two of them still left.
I guess you're keeping one as a safe tile, and then the others just the other two can either be your pair or flower naturally as time goes on. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to
I think because her
other.
other blocks didn't hadn't completed yet, so it kind of just ended up keeping both of them, I guess. But now that she has she has one complete block, and that's it.
So
that's
Tenpai for Fujikawa. It's not a good Tenpai, and you'd have to push into the player who's made calls if you believe they're Tenpai, which I'm pretty sure people do. But no, we do see some bravery. It's there. Reach only.
Waiting for the 3/6.
So I can already tell that it's a worse weight than this 5/8 man weight, because 5/8 man is currently 6 tiles.
Oh, there it is. She discards right into Sugawara's dealer hand.
Pair of 6, and her having all four. Sorry, the pair of 3 and having all 4 of the 6s. Yeah, Fujikawa's reach there was. I think it was fine to make the reach, but just a little bit unfortunate, a little bit unlucky. As our dealer claims the early win. It's become a really close match if we ignore Seto. For now. I only say for now because I'm sure she'll come back.
I mean, she's still in a really good position to fight in the next match. She still has over 200 points, which still puts her in first place at the table and still a runner for first place in the whole rankings.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a really long final. There are 6 rounds, so even if you don't quite make it in the first round, there's still plenty of opportunities to get right back in there.
Yeah, the thing is, there's still a whole another day of finals after this if you move on. So these are the playoffs, and then they have the quarterfinals and the semifinals and the final table still to come. So it's definitely a marathon even after the regular season's over.
Yeah, those I think those kinds of events are really fun, but also, for me at least, whenever I've played 6 games, sometimes the brains are like, okay, I can't focus anymore. I'm gonna clock out.
Usually the teams are only playing 3 games a day, and you only play 1 or 2 of those games, maximum 3. But now in the individuals, you have to play all the games. Your team can't step in for you, so. I have been in a situation where I played all 6 playoff games before and didn't make it.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
It is definitely an exhausting day. You definitely want to try and get through the first round if possible. Does not take the Tenpai.
Yeah, going for that half flush. I think that's honestly fine. to try and add the extra 2-hand there. The hand was very cheap, and it's still pretty early.
Yeah, very early still.
Yeah, we don't need to keep that one of bamboo. Here's my question, right? When you discard a pair from your hand, do you always play the two next to each other? I mean, obviously it's safer. If one is safe, then the odds are that the next one might be safer on average. But also, because you discard a pair, you're giving away that sort of information that you just got rid of a pair in your hand.
Yeah. I mean, for some reason, I feel like I'm playing with a mirror anyway, so.
Oh.
If I'm going for a flush, generally I don't mind that much if people know I'm going for a flush. If I'm further away, then I don't mind as much. If I'm closer to ready at the beginning, then I want to hide it more
I think
and
that's
catch
fair.
people off guard. But if I'm pretty far away, I want them to know I'm going for it. I want them to try and not deal into me, so they have to, they might make mistakes while they're worrying about my flush.
Yeah, if a player chooses to not advance as well, or specifically avoid discarding a certain tile because you've made a decision, I think that's definitely fair. Exactly, yeah, exactly, Flan. It puts pressure on others, exactly. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It does give information away, but sometimes that information is what you want people to know. Either way, we are going to see this 6 get called for Tenpai. Waiting on the West. Have we seen the West get discarded by anyone so far? No, and we do see a pair here, so it's unlikely to come out, but maybe there's a world. I don't think it's likely in Seto's situation here that she's ever going to discard this West, but maybe there's a world where it happens. And Fujikawa here does get an option to maybe consider a pure straight, going for Itsu, just missing the 6 and the 9 of characters to make that happen. I'd be thinking about it. I wouldn't force it, but I'd be thinking about it.
Yeah, the problem is where you're going to make your pair after that. I'm not the kind of person who thinks it's usually worth it to go for a full flush if you have to wait on a Tonki later. And wait on a single tile later. So.
But there's a world where we draw, say, like the 5 so or something like that. Obviously,
I mean,
again,
yeah,
wouldn't force it. But
I mean, there's a lot of players that are way more comfortable with that than I am, and I'm sure they're stronger than me. But
speaking of waiting on a pair, unfortunately, we did just see Seto miss out on that pair for her. Actually, it wasn't Seto; it was Fujikawa missing out on that pair for her half flush there. She chose the West, but drew the 2 of bamboo instead. Unfortunate. And another chance to swap. See, I would have taken that swap. I mean, here's the question. I guess the bonuses and downsides are that if we were to choose a once cut on a tile, it's more likely to come out from other players. But at this point, maybe the West is needed by someone, and someone does have a pair, so maybe we just don't ever discard it for defense.
yeah, it is Seto's seat win, so she can't get Pinfu with this hand either.
So a Riichi's a Riichi. You got to respect it, especially from last place. It might not have much value, but
well, it has one Dora so far, and it's the Ippatsu rules, so there's still excitement. There could be excitement waiting just under the Dora. Indicator, sorry. Not the Dora itself.
There's always chance to flip a Dora in this rule set. It might not have red 5s, but you still have other
If
ways.
you're not Jen, I think my Ura rate was just abysmal this season.
There has to be someone must have tracked the stats, right? I know it's live games, so it's harder to keep track of that kind of stuff. But
I mean,
is there a stats person somewhere in?
No, they're not all televised, and nobody's watching when we're not on the broadcast table. So
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
There's barely even like a referee around.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, there is one in the room, but
yeah, I feel really bad for Sugano. She's missed 2 different pair choices because she's chosen the West, and now it's all about this reach from Seto.
I
So I
guess
do believe
I,
everyone else at the table's folding.
I'm getting close to the end of the wall.
Did I say she missed 2 pairs? She actually missed 3 potential pairs. The important thing is not to tilt. Like I've definitely had games where I'm just like, oh, every time I change my weight, it's wrong.
Yeah,
And sometimes it's
that's
hard to keep
what I
focused.
usually just try to avoid all pairs in. It
Yeah,
always
that's
is
fair.
wrong.
Very reasonable. Yeah, I get the feeling we're going to be moving on swiftly to East 4 with Seto claiming the Tenpai payment, getting 1,500 points. Sugawara. Well, actually, no,
Sugano.
Sugawara's Tenpai. I take it back. Oh, wait, no. Wrong player.
Yep, Sugano and Seto. So 1,500 points each.
We talk about this a lot, but honestly, very important for Seto there. Getting 3,000 points closer to 2 of their competitors.
Speaking of referees, so most usually in Europe the referees are walking around, correct? At the tournaments? Like walking around kind of keeping an eye on tables and
I believe so. I believe so.
so at closed pro matches, generally the referee is sitting somewhere on their like looking at their phone.
I
They
guess it makes
definitely
sense
only
'cause
pay attention if they're called over to the table.
I guess that does make sense when people are playing at a high level, right? Because you can kind of just assume that everyone knows what they're doing, and that if someone is making a mistake or does something that breaks a rule, you'd hope that at least one of the other 3 players on the table would catch it, right?
Yeah.
But in like an event where you might have a few more beginner players, perhaps depending on the event, of course, maybe you can trust. Okay, Flan says in the US it's more passive, needs to be called over. Okay, yeah, I think Flan is probably much more experienced in that than me, for sure. But yeah, I guess it makes sense. Depends
But
on
are they
the level
like
of
on
players.
alert to come over though? Because like we have to like yell like
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Jen would be the person to ask, given that she has done the job of being that referee before. But yeah, I don't know. I'll bring it up with other people when I get the chance.
All right, so 2 calls from Fujikawa, and still at the hand is many away.
Yeah, sorry,
So
I was distracted by
I
the
would call this.
conversation.
Yeah,
What?
no,
Oh no,
it's
she's
perfectly
called.
fine, but I would call this a semi bluff. I think, or it might just be a bluff.
Is she calling
But
for a flush? Is she calling for?
it's
Is she
definitely a
calling...
flush. Which is why I would say semi bluff because
Okay.
it's very early. She could still get there, but her hand is just so far away.
I can see the calls here now. Yes, they're both Mansu shapes. Yeah, understandable. But at the same time, if she does manage to make it work, a full flush would be worth a lot of points. And I think that's did see Adora there in one
And
of
then
those.
Laura's 6 again. This is
Yes.
the 3rd hand. It's a 6 crack, a 6 character.
Yeah, we're not playing with red fives, but we are playing with Dora 6 today.
She paired up another 8, so she might be able to pawn something. There's 1 8 in Sugawara's hand. And I
Question
think
is,
that's all at this point.
when your discards look that obvious to be a flush, are we going to see anyone playing at 8?
The players across and to the right might.
That is a huge draw, though. Puts her one away from Tenpai.
Yeah, finally. That was
Finally,
quicker
yes.
than expected.
Yes, you would not expect that hand to advance that quickly, given how it looked after that second call. Sugawara. Either way, though, if we ignore the 147, everything in Seto's hands is incredible. Hopefully, it will solve itself. But when you've
Oh,
got an overlap
147
like that,
means any character will improve the hand.
and it only costs 3 tiles with space in the hand.
1, 2,
Fortunately,
3, 4,
she's
5,
not.
6, 7, 8, 9 of characters all improve the hand. We have We're a glass half full kind of commentary team right now.
Apparently, yeah.
At least
I
half
do, I
of
do, I
us.
do, I do like that though. That is a very good sort of. I like the positivity, you know. And you could say the worse a hand is, the more tiles that help it. But you know, you could also say, yeah, you know what, this is great, in theory. And we can even accept the Dora in this hand, although she's got to draw it first.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
7 draw was just like so anticlimactic. Look at a character, it helps the hand. Oh,
Oh, that's
interesting.
interesting. Yeah, I would have cut the one man there, I think. But then maybe because you're seeing that potential flush, you're worried that the one man deals in. It definitely
There's
would
one,
be Tempai.
yeah, one east out already, so it's when you have a pair, it's pretty safe. So against a
Exactly.
flush player, even.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it as much against a flush, but compared to a live terminal, yeah, I would trust it a lot more. And they're kind of rewarded. They can now use the one. If she's willing to discard the 7, which is a big ask, I think.
Yeah, I think deciding whether to get rid of the 7 early, like now or never kind of thing, or just yeah, keep.
Wait and see.
I'm not sure what's gonna
There's
happen
still,
there.
there's still a chance that you can just intentionally go and take a much slower route to try and get to Tempai, right?
Yeah, and we now have a Tempai for Sugawara as well. We'll come back
Now I'm
around,
making that call. She's still
waiting
not.
for I think the 258 or the 1-4, something in the bamboos. I'm very sleepy, guys.
Okay.
258. I was correct the first time. Yes.
It's
All right. I have more confidence in myself. And Tempai also for Sugano, but she deals into Sugawara.
yeah. I was going to mention how greedy perhaps we had the half flush turning into full flush by cutting the pair of the wins there, but it didn't matter. Sugawara managed to take a respectable little payment there. It's not huge, but anything that creeps you closer towards first place is not going to be a bad thing in this situation.
That'll take us into South 1.
Exactly so.
Seto will be
Already
the
seeing
dealer again, and she's still in first place overall at the table, even that far behind. So Sugano was pretty far behind, and she's really caught up to Seto by being in first place here. Remember, the first place player gets plus 40 in addition to the score.
And in a
So
format
that
like this,
means,
where you only
yeah.
have a short amount of time to make something happen, plus 40 is huge.
Yeah, so Sugano, if it ended right now, she would get plus 43.9.
I don't like saying 7 pairs, but that is pair number 4 for our dealer. And you know what? A Hanamon, dealer Hanamon, reach Chitoi Sumo Ura 2. It would definitely help a lot for Seto to shoot back into first place. That's not another pair, though. It's useful, though. Definitely helps with the 3s and the 6 there. But it looks like everyone's had a pretty decent start so far. Maybe not like huge amounts of value for anyone so far, but I wouldn't be complaining too hard for any of these players. There's the Dora. So we're probably going to give up on the 7 pairs here, but all simples is still doable with the Dora as dealer. Yeah, it's a tough decision when you've got too many shapes. Which one is the worst? 1-3 of bamboo? I think that's absolutely fine to cut.
Yeah, they can all be the worst.
Yeah, that's fair. But
I mean,
otherwise,
there are a lot of times when there are tiny, tiny differences, and it ends up. I mean, you can argue that it kind of adds up over time, but I think a lot of them really just don't add up that much over time. They're just really there's small differences that end up being inconsequential.
Yeah, I need to spend more time on the AI trainers. That's what I need to do. There was one I found which is like literally tells you exactly how many points you lose with every discard.
Mm.
And I'm like, yes, that discard lost me 2 points. Oh, well. You know what? I don't mind about 2 points. It's when it says thousands that I have issues.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, we do have our dealer opening for all simples, which makes sense. She's got a Dora. Trying to cash that in and keep her dealership. Very important. But we are
My
seeing a
dragon
reach.
shows up with Sugawara. I'm waiting for the 3/6 dots.
1-3 pin that just got drawn, but it's not going to get played. Too useful. Our dealer is slowing down a little bit, I think, but not enough to really completely stop her. There's another 3 of darts. This one's less useful, I think, but we can still make it work.
I don't know if it's less useful. I think I like the discard of the 9 bamboos.
I mean, I guess it's fine. Just kind of, yeah, I guess it's fine. Adela is currently 1 away from Tenpai. She's trying her best to get to sneak in so that she can actually make something happen here.
See, now you have many, many 3s and 6s, so you can use that as a pair and then use the other tiles for some sort of triple or sequence or something.
And doing it that way also lets you go for all simples as well, which is quite nice. Getting rid of that pair of 9s does add extra value if you are lucky enough to win. So yeah. Incredibly fair. Saw a 6, got excited with the wrong 6. Really not a good situation for Fujikawa. It's got a lot of the one tile that she has that's floating just isn't quite worth playing. I don't think I could ever justify playing that 6 in this situation. I'd also feel bad about the 4. We do see the 1 passing, but no real information about 4-7 in the pins there. So be a little bit concerned. We do see the Reach player Sugawara does have a triplet of the 7s, but it could just as easily be a pair waiting for a 3rd one. We have a chance to change weight. I feel...
You can't just... Yeah, I mean, it's not Tenpai yet, and what do you do against this Reach as dealer? Just pull it out.
The safer bet. Yeah, I think that's fair. Because I was about to say, can I justify playing the 8 of bamboo? No, is the answer. The answer is no.
I mean, even though she's in last place on the table right now, I think she really wants to concentrate on not losing unnecessary points.
Exactly.
She doesn't need to take as much risk as other players do at this point. Not yet, anyway.
But for all we know, 202.6 could be a winning score. Could be enough to get her to the final, right? If the other players in the top also take 4ths, maybe that's enough to get her to the next round. This is an interesting situation. I know I just said I don't trust the... Yeah, but I don't trust any of those Sozu or the Pinzu, so we are going to play some Manza tiles instead. Very disciplined, very safe. But then you don't want to be the one to deal into a big reach in the south round when you're either really close or at any point, really. But yes. So I suppose what I should probably do is just count how many tiles remain, because I don't think anyone here is going to build a hand, I don't think anyone here is going to deal in. So, if we count how many tiles remain to draw, what are the odds of seeing a sumo from Sugawara?
Why not? Is it like an easy calculation to do that in your head? To calculate the odds. Oh, draw Sugawara.
I was going to say, yeah, there are 2 tiles remaining. both being 3 pins, and there's one of them. So, Seto manages to start clawing her way back. The East round might have been her thing, but the South round. Wait, no, that's not Seto. Oh, no, I take it back. Take it back. Seto actually loses points. Oh no. I made the same mistake you did. I looked at the red line. I thought it
Yeah,
was the reach.
Sugano was the reach player.
Oh no. So Fujikawa then. I do feel really bad for Seto. Like she's not had the best luck this game, unfortunately. But it
Yeah,
has
and at
been.
this point now, Sugawara has overtaken her in the total standings as well.
Yes. Only by 18 points, but doesn't matter how much you win by as long as you win, I suppose. So South 2. Decent start for Seto, so for Fujikawa and Sugawara. Oh, but that's something to talk about. Okay. I'm liking the triplets of Manzu there. I don't think you necessarily want to force a flush there, but depends on what the next 2 or 3 draws are, right? Maybe if you're feeling really spicy, maybe you want to. Okay, we're not going for a flush, but with all those pairs, perhaps an all triplets hand or 7 pairs is all doable. Again, we're not going to see anyone cool. Not going to see any pawns to this, I don't think. But I could definitely see her especially if she draws another triplet.
Ooh,
Oh, what'd you cut
in
here?
the 5 for now,
Yeah,
and hoping you get another triple, and then you can just reach.
exactly. We see that the 9s cannot become a triplet if someone else has a pair. But I'll look at the 7 of bamboo and 8 of characters. There's 1 8 of characters. There's 1 7 of bamboo. These things always make it a little bit trickier to draw a pair of them. We can see. Oh, there's no 7 of bamboos left to make a triplet in the hand. But that doesn't mean that she can't get to Tempai. I'm cheering for you, Seto. You can make a. Oh, there's one of the Souths.
Probably pawn
No!
right there. No pawn. Maybe pawn the second South. Because a pawn and all triples is not a bad hand, and if you draw, it's going to be 3 concealed triples as well.
Yeah, I think you have to take the second one, right?
Yeah,
But
I think so.
first it's tricky.
It might
Yeah.
come out right now.
Oh,
South
she's thinking
or
about it.
5.
So we also have been covering the Psycho-Sen team battle, which has been at the same time, but we've only had 1 session of that so far. But when that's on, we'll be casting that. We also are going to be casting this weekend the World Riichi League finals. So look forward to that.
Yes.
I believe it's 10 a.m. UK time for the Europe final, and I think 10 p.m. UK time for the American final. So look forward to that.
10 a.m. Europe, 10 a.m. like Paris time, basically, for the
Oh, okay.
European final, and then 10 a.m. Pacific time for the American final.
Thank you for correcting. I need to adjust my schedule.
Ooh, okay,
So they
that
went out.
South gotta be pawned. The forward fills in, and the South is pawned. And now Seto is Tempai waiting for the 7 bamboo and the 8 character.
But they're not the
And
only person
Sugawara,
calling. That is going to be Tempai.
yes, she decided to discard the 2 dot instead of the 5 dot that I mentioned in the last discard to lock in the inside hand, basically. And it paid off when she drew the 4 dot and was 1 away, and then pawned to get Tempai. That's what happened. The recap.
Yep.
We don't have replays.
Fujikawa, I should probably mention that she's going for that Itsu, but unfortunately Itsu's just a slow Yaku. I do respect it though, the fact that she's managed to get 1 away from Tempai, I believe. Although she doesn't have a pair yet. Oh, she does. She just still wants just 1 away, unfortunately. Not quite there. But with all this action, here's a question. If you're Fujikawa, do you chi? If you're given a chance for Itsu only, 1 hand, on a bad weight.
No, I don't know. Well, as dealer, maybe.
As dealer, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would as dealer actually.
I'd be thinking about it, especially from third place. I'd be so desperate to try and make something happen. Probably feeling the pressure, maybe a little bit too much. Especially on the televised table. Oh gosh.
I mean, as dealer, your main goal is always to continue as dealer.
This is Tenpai, but it's refused. And unfortunately, they into the cheap hand. I guess.
Yeah, she didn't want to
um,
discard the Dora, so she locked in the Dora open-ended instead, and Sugawara will take the win there. She
I'm
has
sorry.
expanded her lead over Sugano.
Compared to the two hands, I think dealing into South or triplets is a little bit worse. Especially, and risking Dory, as you say, is just not doable. So 2,000 points, not the end of the world. As we move on to South 3, it's now Sugawara's dealership.
And Sugano is also has a dealership left, so it's not a big deal for her.
Exactly. So yeah, when the scores are less than 8,000 points, or I guess as dealer less than 12,000 points, all you need to do to overcome. Wow, what does this start? All you need to do to overcome is just get one dealer Mangan, or even less if the scores are closer. Then yeah, it's everything to fight for. What is that start though from Sugawara? Hello, 2 triplets in your opening 13 tiles. Yes, please.
For Sugano? Wait.
I misread. Oh gosh.
I told you
still.
there's 2 Sugas and there's 2 Mayus, so it's tough today.
And it looks like because of the way that those triplets have ended up, we can also go for an outside hand too. So there's a lot of value there. And that's going to be our second call.
Yep.
They are going to take their Tenpai, but they don't have a Yaki right now. So hopefully they will upgrade their... Actually, I'm surprised that she did take that Tenpai. I would have kept the White Dragon there, just in case I ended up getting a pair of it for the outside hand. Outside, like a Chanta and Toy Toy. Yeah,
Well,
so
she does it
we
with
got
the 1.
Yeah, I would have hedged my bets a little bit. I know that the White Dragon I think was once discarded at that point, but I still would have hedged my bets and kept it just in case. The last one does come out. Wait, a chance to swap to Chanta with the one with the 3 so weight wasn't taken. Did I miss one of the calls? I swear there was a 9 and a 1, right? Guess Chanta's just not good enough. On its own, has to be a little bit more valuable than
Looking
that.
for Toy Toy, maybe?
Yeah, Toy Toy all times and others would be very exciting.
I mean, yeah, looking for Toy Toy, so just is getting rid of anything that's not going to become a pair. Oh, no. Oh.
It's fine.
Oh.
She refused it. She didn't want it anyway. She's not disappointed because she didn't want it. It's fine.
Fill our cup back up to half full again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I would have taken that though. I would have taken that win. Okay. We've now got a choice of 2 terminals to draw into, unless that was the.
And I was thinking, like, Sugano really doesn't need to be insisting on all triples either.
I guess so.
With her score, she just needs to take the dealership away from Sugawara. So that really is painful.
Yeah. But still, I would have been really excited for all terminals and honors, all triplets. So I do kind of get how maybe you get hung up on a Yaki. Has anyone else managed to build a hand in this time? I don't believe so. People are still kind of struggling. We are going to see a can though. A little bit of aggression. Maybe. Yeah. Draw doesn't help. But the new door is the. No, wait, the new door is the 9 of. The new door is a 9 pin. Jen. She has Dora 3.
So
Big.
she needed to refuse the win, otherwise she wouldn't have got the door 3.
Yes, exactly. There's always a plus side. Yes.
Yes.
You just have to look really hard to find it, but there's always a plus
So
side.
we need. Yeah, but she does have to get to Tenpai. She doesn't need an outside hand at all. No. Just anything to Tenpai.
The other interesting thing is that she had a chance to Khan the 9 pin and chose not to, but she did Khan the 1 pin. I wonder why. Is it just like the point, the sort of game state? Why discard the 9 pin but Khan the 1 pin? Either way, this is Tenpai for her. And not only does
This
she
is
have
on Roto.
potentially, not only does she potentially have all terminals and honors, she also has the very rare Sanshoku Doko. If she gets the 1 bamboo, the same triplet in all 3 suits.
No, there's 2 out though. Just can't get the
Yeah,
1
well.
bamboo.
Thanks
just saw the
for
2
ruining my dreams. No. But still, yeah.
Sanshoku Doko dreams are almost exclusively ruined.
In that case, she needs the red dragon, only the red dragon. Keeping an eye open to see how many of those we've got left.
And that does mean it will bring her hand up to Baimon if she wins.
That's fair. So yeah, we can see 1 is in the dealer, Sugawara's hand. I don't think she's going to play it.
No,
But
I think
it also means
Sugawara
there's
is
one left.
completely out of this race for this hand.
Yeah. Like, maybe if you might go for 7 pairs here, if you can just play pairs to save, like, it's the sort of hedge that you make when you know you're not going to really try and win. But yes, there's 1 red dragon out there. Dora has been played twice, actually, by Sugano. So, even if you're not an expert like these players here, you should see that and be like, yes, something's going on there. But yes. Just want to know what this
Yeah, with
last
the honor,
red dragon
there's
is.
none of the honor tiles on the board this late in the. Oh,
Another Khan?
again.
There it is.
East.
That extra draw could be everything. It's not. But the new door is the 1 of characters!
Wait, no, it's not. It's south. They made a mistake.
Oh yeah, it is south.
Yeah,
They did make
there's
a
a
mistake.
mistake on the overlay.
The
I think they
the
saw
good
that was a
joke-
1 con and and they
Yes.
typed in the wrong tile.
Thank you for pointing that out. Sorry, I was looking at the overlay, and whoever made that has an amazing sense of humor. There's the last red dragon. I don't think it's coming out though. I think this is a fold.
She has to fold.
She has to fold, but I think she's going to. She knows. She's aware of the situation, which means there are no tiles left to draw, unless a player here decides that they have a chance of winning and decides to cut that red dragon. But I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
Not when you're
I'm
showing.
gonna go to draw with 1 player Tenpai.
Yeah. Okay, door 3, but still. So I think this is going to go to exhaustive draw. It will be 3,000 points for Sugano. And minus 1,000 points for everyone else. It might not be the exciting, huge hit, but you know what? It's not nothing in this situation. Oh. Yeah, they did fix the overlay in the end. Sorry, whoever said that must have a really good sense of humor. Because I looked at that and thought, oh, the stars have aligned. But alas. Still, that is enough to get Sugano in a very good position going into all last. She's not in first yet, but just putting it a little bit further away from Fujikawa to help secure the 2nd place. And
Yeah, the only issue with these rules is that as dealer you can't just stop winning.
Exactly, yeah.
So you
I like
have
it that
to
way,
win
personally.
enough so that you can claim no 10 and end the game.
Yeah, I do really like it with those rules because it's fair, right? It means everyone gets 2 dealerships. They get the good part of it, and they get the bad part of it. Having to defend their lead if they're already ahead.
I mean,
it's a
it's true. There are times when you want to win more points, like for tournaments and things, and if the game ends just because you're a dealer and you won a hand, then you might not be able to get as many points as you need.
And in this situation where every point does matter, yeah, it's very important, right? Oh, but Sugawara is going to be going for this flush here. Calling the Red Dragons already has a triplet of the East, which isn't worth value, but does work for that half flush.
I don't think
And
she's even
Sugawara-
committed to the half flush, though. She has a 7 dot in her hand still, and she really just wants to win anything in this hand
Yes.
to
That's a good point.
shut down Sugano.
Anything confirms first place for her, so she can just win the hand, absolutely. And with that 6 draw... Wait, no, that's the 6 draw score.
Oh, Sugano answers back with the white dragon call. It's dragon versus dragon.
Do you have a preference? Do you have a favorite dragon?
Green.
Good, I agree. I like dropping the GG, you know?
Yeah, no, green is always the answer for me.
Agreed.
That's why all the players today, the players that were watching on the tables in the standings that we'll show later, they're all highlighted in green.
There we go. And yes, yeah, keeping that 7 just in case. Obviously, more points is nice, especially if you get a big enough win that it gets you into that top 3, into the next
True,
stage
but
of the
yeah, I
tournament.
think if we go off the scores, compared to Seto, who was in first place with plus 250, or not first, maybe she's in third place with 250.
Okay.
So now that Sugawara has overpassed Seto, she has a good chance at moving on already.
Yeah.
She will go for the flush now.
Yeah, I think getting the pair of Dora there was probably the point in the hand. So, you know what? If I win this hand, maybe I get through in one game rather than having to play round 2. But yes, yeah, I do think even just a win is still perfectly fine. Also, I was wrong. There's only one Dora, but still, she can use the Dora now. That's
She has one Dora.
It was harder to use when we had 3, 4, 5, 7, but now we have that extra 5. You know, lots of ways you can make that into a very winnable shape. Fortunately, that 6 is just not good enough. When the 7 is a Dora, and it is going to get played.
So she was locking in her open-ended, and she ends up giving Sugawara the exact tile she needed for her sequence.
And once again, when Sugawara calls, Sugano calls right after. She's also going for a flush, the same suit. So, Manzu are unsafe to everybody right now. But it is all last if someone's thinking about trying to make a last-minute desperate play. Now could be the time.
It is an honor tile, but it's the wrong one.
Yeah, she's going to calm, though. Go for that extra draw.
Did she get the Rinshan shot?
Oh! Always worth a go, though, when it not only probably wins you the game, but also gets you into the next round of the final. It's always worth taking that shot.
It's great content and keeps the overlay updater on their toes.
Yeah, it has, absolutely. Thank you, obviously, to Tips, who's been behind the scenes today.
Oh, yeah, he has a lot of work to do today. I made a lot of stuff for today's stream, so thank you. Thank you for listening to all my wagamama, all my my demanding demands.
Only the most demanding demands. But yeah, we're still seeing that weight on the West, I believe.
This might be it. This is where it's going to come out.
Yeah, one's been discarded. It is a one. There it
is.
is.
And that ends the game. Sugawara will take first place with a big hand here, too. Mangan.
Yes. And I would be very curious to see. That might be enough to get her through.
Ready? Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Oh, there they are. Okay, I was like, I don't want the scores showing up. But there they are. Sugano in second place with plus 13.65 Fujikawa in third with minus 17.5, and Uika takes last place. Still has over 200 though, so still in a great position. She'll just have to play game 2 probably.
Yeah, she wins game 2, assuming she's not through already. That'll be more than enough.
I think we have the standings, or we have the results of what the players for all 4 tables got from
let's
game
see.
1.
Who, if any, from this table made it through? Seto, right there in first.
Oh no, this is what they were before when you started this. So the difference.
I see.
Oh, this is the wrong. I'm sorry.
So Seto did take a small negative. As we saw.
On the you ignore the red and the black coloring under the difference. So it's the opposite of whatever it looks like there.
You want to be looking at that total after game 1. Oh yes.
Seto lost 49.6 points and brought her down to 200.7, and Hinata won 20.7 points, which brought her up to 270. So these are the differences, and just look at the very right column as the opposite of what it seems to be.
Looking at the list, it looks like Kitahara, Sugawara from our game today, and I believe Suzuki are our top 3. No. Nagata are our top 3. So they are the ones who are through to that next round. Everyone else has to stay here. They locked in here forever.
Yeah, we actually have another screen that shows who is moving on as well. It should be after game 1, image 1 or image 2 or something like that. But so Sugano didn't really change that much. She got minus 13. The biggest win was, obviously Kitahara. Biggest loss was Nikaido Aki, and that will bring her way down to 125 points. But
yes.
Do we have the new standings in the correct order? With the purple for the people who advanced? I think that was a thing. There it is. So Hinata, Kitahara, and Sugawara will advance to the final rounds. Nagata is now our point leader going into game 2. And Nikaido is way down there in last place. And we'll also be joined so the players joining will be Watanabe, Rika, and Negishi. So Rika, of course, is our WRC, Team WRC player, and you can see
through the event in 25th place. So
right, and so now she's moved up above actually 4 of the players because they got negative points in the first round. So I think, did you have an explanation screen also for the system going into game 2?
You have an explanation screen for each round. Yeah, exactly. So 24th, 26th are moving on. They're stepping up to take the place of the 3 who are now through. We are playing one more game, and it's just like the first round. The top 3 make it to the next round, and everyone else, there's no disqualification yet. There's no getting kicked out. You still make it to round 3, but obviously you want to keep scoring points, as many points as possible. But yes, good luck, Lika. I'm cheering for you.
And then we also have a video message from Sugawara, who advanced. And I think once that video message is done, we're going to hand it over to Tips and Nathanael. And Chiral and I are going to get some sleep.
Yeah.
日本プラマイター連盟の菅原です。最近新聞社杯2020年に決勝で敗れてしまって悔しい思い出があるので、今季は絶対決勝卓まで行って次こそ優勝できるように頑張りたいと思ってます。本当にいろんなチームで出させてもらったりとか、みんなの思いが詰まってる対局だと思うので、私も負けないように頑張っていきたいと思ってます。
Yeah, that was supposed to say title. but instead of tile, she wants to take the title, not the tile. But anyways,
I do like the idea of yes.
It's
So
good
the
to
prize
know.
being just a tile, like a trophy, but like a tile.
the tights. Oh goodness. Okay. Welcome, Tips and Nathanael.
Thank you,
Please
thank
take
you.
over for me.
And well done on that first game. Jen and Chiral, our commentators from across the pond over there. Sometimes 2 ponds when you think about it.
Yeah, 2 different
Yes,
people.
technically 2 different ponds, yeah.
Okay. All right. Good luck, guys.
Close
Thanks,
still, yeah.
thanks
So
so
that
much.
one hand with all the Dora. But
That
yes,
was a very intense first match. And of course, thank you to Sugawara for providing that little interview video there as she gets ready for her matches in the finals of the Yukon Fuji Individual Cup, which will be being broadcast tomorrow. Think you're involved in that, Nathanael?
I will be.
Tomorrow is continuation of today. There's 6 games in it.
So there's
Yeah,
The
six
there's
games.
finals
a
are
lot of
beginning of
rounds.
April. Yeah, okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you,
Thanks
Jen.
so much, Jen. But yeah, there are. I really like this. This system is very entertaining. This sort of top 3 advancing, bring in new people, play more games, collect more points, and there's gonna be a lot of that. Congratulations to Sugawara for the advancement. Carol's right. We did broadcast her games last week just to watch her make it into the finals, and it was highly entertaining. For those of you who missed it, it's on the channel. Rewatch it. There are some incredible hands, but very happy to see her make it on to the next round.
That's right. We had a number of incredible hands today. More cons than usual. more cons in that one game than we usually see in the entire broadcast. So super excited for game 2 coming up here. As you mentioned, the format, if we just go back to it again here, the format is pretty interesting. It's not really like any sort of tournament that we usually play, where the top players qualify, but the rest do not get eliminated. They just have to keep fighting the new players to try and make it to the top 3. And slowly, people, instead of being eliminated, are actually promoted to the final table.
Yeah, that means that even if you don't finish as one of the top 3 players in the round, as long as you're still collecting positive points, you'll have another chance in the next round. And this favors the people who start earlier because they have more rounds with which to try to make the top 3. And the players who join later are going to have a couple fewer rounds to make it in there, but still a couple tries to get a huge score and go to the top 3. So good luck to Mika in this upcoming round.
Right. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it onto the broadcast table. It would have been nice to see Uika on the broadcast table. But we do have former M-Leaguer Tojyo here in the north seat, representing Team Ikkyu of JPML. But we should probably go in order here. So our first dealer, you saw her already on the first round. She's back on the broadcast table. Mayu Fujikawa from Mahjong Union, playing for the 3 Arrows team. Obviously this is the individual tournament, so their team scores are not represented, but we still want to shout out the team that sponsored them and brought them to the table. In the south seat, we have Miyuki Nagata from the Real Mahjong Unit RMU and the ML Stadium, the M League Stadium team. In the west seat, we have Natsumi Negishi from NPM, representing Team Maika, and as we mentioned at the beginning, Tojyo from the JPML for Team Ikkyu, here going into game number 2. Anything in specific you're looking at, Nathanael, before we get started?
Well, of course, anytime that there's an M-Leaguer at the table, it's always exciting to see how she'll perform. But yeah, the other interesting point is having a repeat player on the broadcast table. I wonder if this is going to be a theme. I know it happens, certainly for the team broadcast, that occasionally you have the same player play multiple games, but it's kind of cool to have that in the individual finals as well. I'm just excited to see how individual playoffs game number 2 will go.
Alright, well, thumbs up for game number 2. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of this exciting playoffs action. Let's get into game number 2. Good luck, everybody. And here we go. The cordial bow to begin this exciting match. The calm before the storm. Good sportsmanship. We can see all across the studio all of our individual players. We might be able to see Lika now that she's involved in round number 2. That might be her at the back there. I'm not sure if she's wearing a uniform today.
Maybe not for the individuals.
But she did mention in her video at the beginning she wants to win the individual cup, not just for herself, but also for Team WRC. So she still feels, you know, thankful, and she wants to represent her team as best as possible.
I love it.
We're starting off this round. We've gone to Negishi in the west wind, and now Tojyo in the south wind. Back to our first dealer, who's looking at a single east tile in her hand, Fujikawa there, and 1 completed run. Our south player also has 1 completed run and some isolated honors as well. Negishi in the west has 1 completed run and a pair, and Tojyo in the north sea just has a couple pairs. Nothing too exciting.
I'm noticing, out of all these hands, no Dora.
That's right.
Dora 5-so.
The 5-so, a very useful Dora. The fact that it's not in anybody's hand, it's going to make for some interesting hand development. And we can
certainly players are going to be playing around that, holding the, that 4-6 concha that we just saw earlier, but also just random so tiles, 3-sos, 7-so, 6-so, 4-so, all those things are being held in the hopes of connecting to a Dora at some point.
Right. You just have to remember there is a 4-so in the Dora indicator. Always harder to get that one because there's 1 less in the wall. And so something like 3 looking for the 5, 3-so not quite as good as the 7 or 6-so in this case.
That is true. Interesting choice here because the 3, 4, 5, 5, 6 shape is already pretty efficient, but adding an extra 5 there certainly increases the number of mon tiles that can finish that shape. So
yeah, a fully offensive play here at the beginning, without regard for defense. We are on the first line. It's often reasonable maneuver. Now 1 away, and the extra tile might really help Nagata out here.
Absolutely, and there's even a chance at Sananko in that hand as well. 3 triplet concealed away in the hand.
That would be a big open for Nagata, who is already in the lead on this table. Of course, your scores compared to the table are not as important as your scores compared to the entire field. As we mentioned, only top 3 make it out. The rest have to move on to the next round.
And you sort of expect that to result in more offensive playstyle, as you mentioned earlier. No need for defense when you're going for top 3. Well, maybe a little bit of need for defense, but...
yeah, I mean, you can't win every hand still, but you can certainly win this one. No mixed, or no 3 concealed triplets, no Sananko, but solid reach for Nagata.
She'd likely touch a fold here. That was a really slow-moving hand, so... Green Dragon, 5-pin, the weights. No door in the hand, so Riichi only.
Yeah, I mean, Negishi is the only one who's drawn a single Dora. So with 3 Dora left in the wall, that might actually hamper some of our other players. Although Fujikawa can use it. And now Negishi can use it because she has a copy herself.
Fujikawa is actually Ishanten here. 1 away from Tempai and 6 mon. Will encourage a shift.
Step back.
Tsumo.
Tsumo, Nagata Tsumo, no Urudora, but that is the Green Dragon, so it's the more expensive side, the Takame of Riichi. A reasonable 6,200. 5,200 plus her own Riichi stick. Puts her out in the lead. This might be enough if she's able to hold a lead like this. This might be enough to get her out and qualify into the finals.
Starting at 227.1 is very strong.
That's right.
And with a lead like that, feels like one more first. She can continue the pressure, will be very good odds at getting into the top 3. We'll see, though. Depends on how the rest of the field is doing as well, so she has to keep pressing. This Hypie looks like it will be a little bit difficult to press with. Maybe take some time to reconstruct.
Negishi might not need any time to reconstruct. She already has 3 copies of her own wind, the South Seat wind. That's pretty crazy.
Is quite good. And a couple pairs, so I wonder if she will also be building vertically. Where's the triplets as well? We almost saw Nagata with San Uncle. Didn't quite come to fruition, but Negishi as well has the possibilities if she draws really well. Ooh, a pin loses in the sequence direction.
We'll see. Maybe she will, maybe she won't. Oh, she will. You got it. You knew it. Unless she cons here. And it's not even coming out. Tojyo holding on to the south wind here. Interesting.
Yeah, I think with the current shapes, we probably won't see a con. Home into Honitsu.
That's
Flush.
a half flush, that's right.
Explains the south keep.
Right.
Now, we know that she won't be able to use that for long, but it should be relatively safe to the rest of the table. As time passes.
Sometimes I prefer the more literal translation, the dirty flush. the Honitsu, the half flush, is more literally translated as the dirty flush, and the Chinitsu is more common, or more literally a clean flush. So the dirty flush is when you have those honor tiles that are mixed into your suit, and then the clean flush has none of those extra honor tiles and it's just pure.
Yeah, the pure flush really is quite visually appealing as well, just seeing all matching tiles, suits matching.
Yes. Also worth so much more, especially for open hands. But I don't think Tojyo is going to be able to get there on this end. To be fair, all of her honors are single copies, so none of them are making a compelling case for staying in the hand. It's just a long distance to get rid of all of them and make it pure.
Of course, she has the red dragons already, so...
Yeah, there's no way out.
There's no way
fixing
out.
that.
Oh, Dora, okay, question posed. How long do we want to hold this? Yeah, we'll drop the south ahead of the 6-mon.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable if the red dragons have already been called. You're not going to get to a pure flush anyway, or a full flush. So, Dora can be worth just as much. You get 2 copies of the Dora, it's worth just as much as an open half flush. Yeah,
she's in the middle of cutting away from a 1-mon pair, but if Nagata gets the Tempai, okay, he doesn't get there this turn, but there's a chance she waits on the 1-mon, and that could spell trouble.
That's right. Could be big disaster. Looks like Tojyo might even turn into an all triplets kind of hand. We have a 3-mon coming out here from Fujikawa. Well, that was the Dora from last round, not this round, so it's not quite as frightening to draw there.
Oh wow, there's the big draw 4-mon to create the 3-sided weight.
And we'll
1,
see.
4, 7-mon Samanjam.
Negishi does not continue on the 1-mon pair discarding line after seeing that Riichi. Pretty scary.
Riichi Pinfu Dora 1. As dealer, that's a really huge opportunity.
Oh, what a fill! 4-mon in between 3 and 5 for Fujikawa.
There's just not enough value to Riichi back, though. Maybe if she draws towards the Sanchoku 3, 4, 5, then she can slam. Or maybe if she draws a Dora, she can also justify chasing the Riichi, but Kawa, oh, that 7, that doesn't look good.
Well, thoughts? No, he's going to fold for now.
Good restraint not reaching, and the 6 Mondora is safe, so that gives Tojyo a chance back in, perhaps.
We'll see if Fujikawa can find a tempai that doesn't require her to deal in. Another strange tile here. The 3 of bamboo, 3 so. Out comes 9 mon.
She finds a 9 mon, 8 mon, and she can work it back towards Pinhu Sanchoku. Totally live. Just needs to draw that 4 pin.
I don't know if 8 mon really looks safe, though. It'd be a very difficult discard to make. Especially if she doesn't want to discard 7 mon.
And there's a 5 mon, so I think we're just done. It's worth giving it a shot, though. You never know if the 8 mon gets discarded by the Riichi player, and then all of a sudden you get to play for your hand, but...
Yeah, in the future. Oh, there's an 8 mon. Wonder what Tojyo will do here.
Yeah, it's not as if the pin tiles are really that clear, but 8 pin will pass. Of course, Tojyo will get a second copy of the 8 pin if she needs it.
Yeah, all our players were trying for a little while, but they all seem to have drawn too many dangerous tiles to fight our dealers, Riichi, especially when it's the dealer Nagata. She's so far ahead already.
I think that was the dealer's last draw, so no Tsumo on the 3-sided wave. Oh, maybe we've got a little bit more.
Nope. Stops right before the dealer gets her next draw. Just as counted, just as planned.
So that is, useful. 3,000 points for Nagata, but surely you have to be feeling a little bit disappointed that your big value hand couldn't get there.
Wonder if there's any science behind the it's a bit of a meme. It's a popular saying that your 3-sided weights win less often than your single weight. Especially when you're chased by Riichi, by somebody else. I wonder, because it is true that the 3-sided weights, they fall apart to all sort of Suji, right? Half Suji, long Suji, all those joke kind of Suji actually do work against the 3-sided weight. And so maybe it's part of the fact that it's a lot easier to defend. Like, if somebody told you, oh, my weight is 3-sided, it would be a lot easier for you to defend.
Yeah, assuming it's that stretched out
yes.
sequence. And certainly, I feel like, as long as you don't drop tiles to that one particular Suji line, 147 in this case, you'll be fine. But still, you expect to draw it out of the wall, and that's where the surprise comes in when you don't win.
Yeah, I mean, 100% if you're just drawing random tiles, doesn't matter whether it's easy to read or not, should be findable. When you have
half
3
of that,
times
though,
the rate.
You always remember when your Salmon-chan didn't win. When it does win, you're like, yeah, of course it won. It was Salmon-chan. It was 3-sided. Of course it wins. But when it doesn't win, that's the one that sticks in your head.
And I think, in addition to that, the fact that this is such an important game, it's one of the playoff rounds of the Sankei Shimbun Cup. All these players have played for months just to develop these scores to get here. And each round is only 1 game, so it sounds like it's a very short amount of time, but because it's not elimination, if you don't make it, you still do get more games to keep playing. But it's still, after the months, it feels like you have a very short time to prove yourself here, and every hand feels that much more celebratory or punishing, depending on whether the tiles were drawn or not. Yeah,
that's actually a really good point. I think as we see Tojyo actually very close to Tempai here, I think as the situation is a little bit unique to tournament Mahjong, the type of format that exists here and the time pressure that players may feel. People who've been here before, people who've played in the individual playoffs in previous renditions of the Sankei Shimbun Cup, or I guess at that point it would have been the Yukon Fujikawa.
Right.
They probably have an advantage, I would say, just having experience with this unique format and being able to handle the type of pressure that comes from wanting to win the game but not having to win the game necessarily. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, as you mentioned at the
Psychologically
beginning.
speaking.
You mentioned at the beginning, you have your first instinct is to go for as many points as possible because you need to make top 3 to make it out. And that is a pretty good instinct. But you do have other chances, so you obviously don't want to throw away your chances completely by pushing against an almost hopeless hand. And we see Tojyo here had the pair of 5-pin for a while. Had a 7, discarded it for a 4-pin. I was thinking it could be pretty dangerous, but she actually uses it to switch her weight to that 4-pin, 5-pin, the open-ended 3-6, and it pays off. This is a tough weight.
Yeah, around the door, but with 2 door, you're not going to sit by idly. So
Right.
Tojyo slams the Riichi Pinfu door to Mangan opportunity. I think she was really close as well. Ishanten one step behind Tojyo.
Yeah. I mean, Fujikawa there, I think, was not the dealer either, so it's a little hard for her to fight the Riichi. Even if the Riichi isn't from the dealer, Fujikawa is also not the dealer. So she's got to be pretty careful. I mean, as the dealer, you have to be careful as well, but you have more incentive. Here comes Fujikawa. Not the greatest Tenpai. 7-man only. She's got 2 copies of it, but it is a Tenpai.
There's a Tenpai, there's a chance. And
That's right.
perhaps she will switch that weight around in the future. 5-man. Allows her to reconstruct her shapes, but no, she'll just play out the safe 5. And the 3 could pass.
That's right. Oh, doesn't change the weight here. I suppose she is on that all insides the tateniu, so can't really change it while still having Yaku.
Right. Yeah, the 3 will come out.
Oh!
Wait, there's the sumo.
That was a tough tile to get, but she found it.
Oh,
and
as well.
Yes, and Uradora.
That will make it a Haneman Riichi Tsumo Pinfu Dora Dora Ura.
Huge. That puts her in first place. Nagata's not the happiest about that, I would guess. I would wager.
No. But out of all the players, she still has the best chance of catching up. Still at 26,100. Still Tojyo in the lead, 36,000, almost 10,000 above the nearest competitor. And now Negishi will get her chance in the dealer seat.
After Negishi, I believe. I suppose we'll see. But Nagata's still ahead of Tojyo with the current scores on the overall leaderboard. So Nagata's still next in line to qualify over Tojyo on this table, but we will see what happens. Yeah, Negishi's going to be our dealer now. We're moving into East 3. A lot of game to play still. So nobody can rest easy yet. I wouldn't rest easy until it's over. Even all last can turn things around pretty quickly.
You can't even rest that easy after all last because there's another game to play.
Yeah, for most of our players, there's another game to be played. Unless you make it out. If you make it out, I'd say you can at least rest.
That for sure.
If I was a coach, I would say it's mandatory. You should get some.
Ooh, 7-man draw is huge here. This is technically Tenpai, but sorry, not Tenpai, Ishanten.
Yes.
But looking for the pair.
This is going to be interesting because Tojyo also has one of those Ishanten or one away hands as well.
Ooh.
We
I'm always tempted to keep the door connector.
Yes. Hey,
More than a door, we need a pair. So
right, that's an interesting move from Tojyo. I don't think she's going to be able to go for all simples, the tateniu, but just improving the amount of tiles that she can accept in her hand. I guess it's possible. She can discard the pair of 1 pin. Go for all simples, get an extra Yaku there. We got the 1 through 5. Not good enough, though. Nagata does want to keep the triple east in hand for the value.
Certainly. Although if she draws the Tuso into Tempai, if she can cut away the east and win on the 1-mon for Chanta.
Right.
Ideally, though, you just draw the 1-so and have that opportunity while still retaining the triplet of east in hand as well.
Indeed.
Which will keeps drawing the tiles around the 4-7, but not the 4-7 so itself.
As the rest of our players try and move forward to oh, the 5 so comes back again.
Think of that potential Suji trap in the future.
That's true.
If you draw the 1-mon from Nagata, would you slam the 2-so wait for Riichi Chanta, Suji trapped, or would you just drop the 3-so and wait on the 1 for Chanta east?
It's a good question. I don't know if it's worth giving up the extra points here. I don't think the Suji trap is worth that, so I suppose waiting on the 1 so would be my decision on that one. And as we mentioned before, Tojyo actually does discard the pair of 1 pins and is going for a Tanyo hand. Here's the 2 so wait. No choice this time though because of the way that Nagata drew. So she didn't have any choice but to take the 2 so wait.
And does get the benefit of the Suji trap and does get the east triplet, so it is some good news.
Yeah, the only thing is she's missing that outside hand, that Chanta.
Worth two Han.
Right,
okay,
closed.
Riichi +1. The tricky wait.
Oh, Riichi +2! Ipatsu! No Urador though.
That's okay. It's a Mangan still 2,000, 4,000, and Nagata is right back.
In the driver's seat. 100 points.
100 points.
What a match.
Now Tojyo's turn to respond as the dealer, East 4. If there's ever a time to win a Mangan right back, it would be as the dealer here.
And this is not bad. I'm not sure if it's a Mangan unless she goes for the half flush.
Thinking about it, 1 so first, maybe 1 pin to follow, and perhaps you draw enough terminal, rather honor tiles or mon tiles.
Yeah, but she doesn't have to do it in doesn't have to do it in one swing anyway. And in fact, she doesn't really need a Mangan to take the lead. But I think she's looking for that amount of points in order to qualify off of this round. Dealer Mangan here. Put her in good position to qualify.
South door, a lot of awkward tiles in Nagata's hand.
Yeah, but she's not going for 13 orphans with 2 terminals already discarded.
Be interesting to see what that hand turns into. Maybe if it's difficult enough to play, you just try Chitoi.
Yep, and that's 2 so far. That's 2 pairs.
Yeah, it seems weird to talk about Chitoi from 1 pair and then it becoming 2, but sometimes that really is just the closest thing that you could realistically hope to get while still maintaining some level of defense, since you're likely not to get there.
Sometimes your hand is just that bad.
Fortunately, when your hand is that bad, usually your draws are better than anything in your hand, so you improve very quickly to a state that is much better.
No pairs though.
Yeah, the shapes are improving, but they're all Diankan shapes.
And Tojyo gets the 7-8-9 so I think that's going to stop her from going for the half flush. At least for now.
Oh, self-drawn.
Yeah, sometimes I mistake it for the third copy of the Green Dragon, but it's a little bit different. Characters drawn a little bit differently, so no, it has to be discarded here.
And we see an exodus of the non. Negishi holds hers.
Oh, Atotsuke Tenpai! He needs the Green Dragon to make the Yaku, so call first, get Yaku later. Atotsuke.
I'm eyeing up that green dragon that's in the discards already. Only one remains.
I suppose she thinks there's no better opportunity.
If you're really crazy, you can cut away from the 789.
Yeah, and go for the half flush again. I suppose that's an option.
It does seem rather slow, though.
Right, but there is only one tile to win on here. Just a
So
matter of whether it'll show up or not.
Right, when you've discarded the Dora and then made a call as the dealer, it certainly gives the impression that you're Tenpai. So the other players might respond in the way they play their hand.
Hmm. And of course, there's always the chance the Green Dragon is in the dead 14 tiles.
Right. The question is always, if the dealer is Tenpai, what is the value of the hand? Is it something worth being scared of? Because if it's just 1500, that's okay. I'd rather fight for my own hand than fold to that. All the Dora have come out, so we know there's not any Dora shenanigans in Tojo's hand.
Yep, this is a nice draw here for Nagata. Nagata 567. That is Tenpai. No Riichi. A lot of
Very
ways to improve
improvable.
the weight. And to get Pinfu.
Uh-oh.
Wrong side. Ooh, interesting.
A little bit of an issue here.
Might have actually gone with the full flush off that. Or sorry, the half flush. She's going to stick with her current plan.
Current plan is now draw the last Hatsu yourself, or just stay Tenpai.
Right. Oh, 3-so or 6-so? It's going to be 6-so. I guess there was the option of discarding West there as well.
Oh, that's a better
very good.
Tenpai.
It doesn't get any Yaku, though. She doesn't want it.
Yeah, I feel like she is still playing a little bit cautiously around Tojo's sort of declaration of Tenpai,
Right.
even though there's no Riichi.
Little bluff maneuver. I mean, it's not really a bluff. She was Tenpai. It's just she's Furitan now. Oof. Oh, there's the last green dragon, but it's actually just as dangerous as it was beforehand because nobody else knows that she's Furitan.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hesitation. Ooh, that's a Tenpai. Not gonna take it.
Yeah,
Pinfu is much better.
Very
Still
dangerous.
hope for that.
Woo! 5, 6,
There's
6,
the
7, 8.
Pinfu. There's the
Bam!
Riichi.
Bam!
All right, 4,
Negishi
7, 10.
reach. Tough spot for Tojyo now. As the dealer, you want to keep your dealership, but got this Furitan hand. Need the
7-so
one
is-
green dragon.
Or 8-so is one chance. 7-so, I can see 3 of them at the moment. There could even be a 4th out there.
It's so late though. One chances when you're on the third discard. Not the greatest defensive strategy.
Certainly not, but you can sort of convince yourself that you can use it as an excuse to fight.
That's
Instead,
fair.
she'll Mawashi with the Hatsu. Hatsu will be a safe way to try to dance around, but she will need to draw back into Tenpai somehow.
Yep, and it allows the other players to also discard the green dragon. Fujikawa there, I believe, with the other green dragon.
And if I am Negishi, I'm really happy to see that green dragon come out because I know there's another one to back it up. I know I'm going to be the only one tenpai or win the hand. So goes to a draw. Negishi gets the 3,000 points, 1,000 from all the other players, and now hops into third place. Back around to the South rounds.
Neither Tojyo nor Nagata were tenpai, which means they have the same score relative to each other. But Tojyo lost her dealer turn. Negishi trying to rise up there. She came in with the lowest score into this game. So she needs a lot. Currently doesn't have it, but she still has a dealer turn to do it. This is not a bad hand for Fujikawa, currently in last place right now.
Yeah, importantly, it can accept a Dora. Nagata will hold on to that 7-mon. Few pairs here for Negishi, but we'll see how the draws come in later. Similarly, Kanchan heavy hand for Tojyo. So I believe Fujikawa has the most optimistic looking Hypai.
Yeah, I mean, Nagata's just got a lot better with that draw. And Fujikawa's continues to improve, so she's staying ahead of the race.
I wonder if Negishi has any plans of opening. I don't think I would.
It's a
The
tough
Green
spot.
Dragon.
You do need a decent amount of points, but there are more rounds. So maybe you just want to get some points here. I'd at least try and be looking for second place, though. There is, like, not only rounds in the entire tournament, but there's still a lot of hands to be played in this game. It's only South 1. We are getting down to the back half, but you still have your own dealer turn. So maybe getting a few points. There's an extra Riichi stick on the table and a Honba. Still worth it.
The hand continues to improve. Now, too many blocks for Fujikawa. She'll have to decide what she's going to trim down later.
Importantly, she's also the dealer here. She's sitting in the east wind. This could be a tide changer. Could put her in the competition for first place with this win. Oh, it's not a 5, it's a 4. Unfortunate.
Similarly, 8-pin helps. It's a 4-6-8 shape. And I'm really looking to Tojyo's hand. She has the 2-door, but how does she make something from this? Is it just a Riichi hand? Is there some sort of Tanya force that can happen? Like, the first six discards have been terminals and honors. So it's been a slow-moving train for Tojyo. But she's finally gotten rid of most of the chaff in the hand. It looks like she wants to play this towards a Tanya. At least guiding it in that direction.
Yeah. I think in a lot of cases, when you are unsure, the most connecting tiles are inside that 2 to 8 area. The highest efficiency tiles, those inside tiles. So that's why Tanya is so popular. Just one of the most efficient Yaku out there. Yeah, interesting when she had the 2 soda discard. Maybe an early Sakigiri.
We did see Negishi open up with the Green Dragon. Now discarded a central tile, so... Or maybe Tojyo just had to read that the Tuso was better in the wall.
Now that's a level of expertise I don't quite understand. Sometimes I'll understand it. But I think Tojyo is still in a bad spot for winning the hand. Probably still going to have to fold, especially if somebody reaches soon.
Oh.
It doesn't even switch the 1 with the 4.
Yeah, she had, of course, discarded 5-mon for out of the 1-3-5 shape, so picked the wrong Kanchong. Ooh, that's the Tanyo upgrade. So Nagata looking really strong, but there's the 2-mon. Turns out it doesn't matter which Kanchan you wait. She'll find the Tsumo. A quick Fu count. High only. With little bonus
I think
food,
it's
so
12. I think it's
Yep.
12 to 40 fu. 12 above the 20. Yeah, there we go.
400, 700 becomes 500, 800. A little bonus points for Negishi. Over 20,000 now.
Yeah, but
Then
no more dealer for Fujikawa, who's here in her second game in a row on the TV table. This is supposed to be her second chance, her big break. She's going to need to do it without a dealer turn left.
yeah, Fujikawa looked like she had the best hand there, but after the pull, the draws just stopped coming, and Negishi got there first.
Well, we see this white dragon here in Negishi's hand, but we actually saw the pair of them in Nagata's hand, so this might actually just be a blessing. We could see it. The white dragons coming together very quickly off the bat for the dealer. Nope, the red is going to come out.
I told you with 3 completed sequences already.
That's fast. And the fourth is almost there.
Headless Ishanten on the second discard. The weight is guaranteed to be bad right now, but of course there's still time to improve the shapes before she gets Tenpai.
Yeah, maybe she won't take a Riichi.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's early enough that if she gets Tenpai on a bad weight, she could just rework the shape.
And this might be a nice tile to keep. You're thinking about going down that line.
Like 1 so 3 so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. You might even see a Tanyao at the end of it all for more points, more value.
Yeah, I think if she draws Tenpai on the 3 so pair up, she will probably just take the Riichi even within the Kanchan 7 mon. Because it has Tanyao, like you said. Oh, second Dora, how about that?
3 so, goodbye 3 so. Wonder if she'll even entertain a Sanchoku here, a mixed triple sequence. Seems a little bit dreamy. Seems a little bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah, it would require a lot of work shifting that upwards, but it is possible. Yeah. Okay, decision time. We'll play the Tanyao shapes, the Dora shape.
Yep, value in 2 different ways, so worth a lot more than playing the other direction.
Yeah, you are making some sacrifices doing this, so I find it quite interesting how quickly the decision was made. I believe it is no sufficient, but this is where things get difficult now. When you draw the connector to the 6-0, you just have to go back to a headless shape.
It doesn't want to discard it. Fairly defensive move there. And
oh my, the 7-0 pair up. That's gonna hurt Tojyo's Ipeko chances.
Right.
They're all out of, they're not in the walls, so
tough spot. Tough spot.
Oh, and
once
it's Tenpai,
again.
so Dama? Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if she knows. I wonder if she feels that those 7-so are missing. Or maybe her hand's just worth enough that she wants to make a sneak strike.
Yeah, Tanyao Ipeko door 2.
What happened here, actually? Nope. I'm going to go with the 4 from the 4-5. So, a very defensive play from Negishi here.
It feels like Negishi really wants to connect to the 6-0 and leave that 7-0 for as long as possible.
Right.
If Adora ever leaves this hand, though, we will see a pull, I'm sure.
This one is... Oh, a chance to change. Use the 6s
Chabo?
as pair?
Or Entotsu.
But the Ipeko...
Oh,
just throw Dora! Aggressive move.
But you get to Riichi this way.
That's true. I did not see that one coming at all. Nagata's going to play a little slowly, doing that Mawashi, rolling the hand around, trying not to deal in while still keeping it. She's doing okay so far, but doesn't mean she's not Tenpai yet. So Tojyo has a few chances to win.
Riichi Tanyao Dora 1. Already 7,700 minimum, but can be Mangan on Sumo.
Ugh. Look at this. Mixed triple chance. It feels like too little too late, though.
Even with the
Oh,
6-0 Riichi tile, that 5-0 it's hard to push.
yeah, Nagata starting to actually fold here. Even as the dealer, she wants to protect that high score that she has. But, I mean, if Tojyo wins this, it's going to put Nagata down into second.
Uh-oh. Is there a world the 8-mon comes out? Remember that Tojyo discarded 4-mon, 6-mon, and then a 5-mon came out after Riichi, so 8-mon is Suji! And it will come out and deal in. Riichi, Tanya, Dora 1, 7,700.
Yeah, still a good amount of points as dealer. It does feel a little weird not having that extra Dora for Mangan, but I mean, the efficiency was good enough, and I don't know if this weight would have worked. I guess
I don't know why this whole time I thought that Tojyo was the dealer. Maybe because she had such a good hand.
Yeah, that's right. No, I think.
No, I've just been misunderstood.
Yeah,
I had the wrong impression the whole
I
time.
feel like the overlay marker was under her though.
Yeah, it might have been the Riichi marker that I misread as
Maybe.
the dealer
But
marker.
I also felt like the dealer marker was underneath Tojyo as well. But you're right,
But
she is
South
the
too,
last
so there's
dealer.
no way that it could have been that way.
Yeah, I know. Well, unless the overlay was done incorrectly. But I also had
that's
that
why it's only
feeling as well.
5,200.
Right. Yeah,
Still a huge win for Tojyo that will put her into the lead going into South 3, the swing round.
Still needs about 15 points to be ahead of Nagata, but you know, if she gets some of those points from Nagata, she only needs 10,000 points. And if Nagata falls down 5,000, then Tojyo could be ahead overall. But currently, Nagata in the lead in the overall standings. If Negishi surpasses Nagata, that could also do it as well. And the hands are moving quickly. So maybe there won't even be that much time to look at these scores.
Negishi already with a South Pawn, so hoping to repeat as the dealer.
Yeah, Tojyo has the 6, 7, 8 mixed triples, the Sanshoku. Fujikawa just seems to be one away from a hand with a very wide weight. And of course, the half flush from Negishi. Nagata, the only one who doesn't look quite as strong here as we come up to her hand. But she's got that half flush with Dora. And I mean, from our point of view, her hand doesn't look that strong and fast. But from the other player's point of view, they have no idea.
Yeah, and they will be able to tell that the flush suit is the Dora suit.
Right. It's going to make it even harder. Oh, and that just made it so much stronger. Fills in one of the worst weights. Locks the Dora in place. Now Nagata knocking on the door to end this game well ahead.
Nagata here with the 2, so draw can consider it. Think about cutting the 5-pin. The problem is she doesn't want to drop any pin tiles. So I think that 5-pin is just trapped in hand. I think she essentially locking out one of the players from advancing towards some type of open hand or chanta or something along those lines.
Yeah, that feels like a pretty reasonable maneuver for me.
Oh, backfire.
I wonder if Nagata will go for a full flush. Whoa!
Big draw.
Can use another Dora as well now? Although I believe she is already sitting on Mangan. Oh,
yeah, Yakuhai, Honitsu. Dora 2 would be Hanemon.
That's right. Not that one. Not that tile. I mean, the Mangan on 4-pin will be just fine as well, but the Hanemon would be huge. Almost a guaranteed advance with a Hanemon. She does still have to play South 4, though, so nothing's completely guaranteed. Oh, there's a 4, but it's not for her.
I think that Nagata might end up with a flush herself.
Right. I was thinking about that at first. Oh, Fujikawa, last chance. Their second time on the broadcast table. She's doing what she can to get out of last place here, at least.
Remon 6-mon for Negishi. Mangan Tenpai, Hanuman Chance. Only one 1-pin remains in the wall. But there are 2 4-pin to draw as well. Con!
Oh,
Rinshan Chance.
oh, that's
And
the wrong
misses.
4.
That adds a Dora into Fujikawa's Riichi, as well as more Ura chances. So Negishi really going for it all, but risking.
It's a good risk to take here when you have less than 10,000 points.
Negishi gets there.
That's big. Negishi with a massive amount of points. Dealer's Mangan. Not quite Dealer Hanuman, but Dealer Mangan is going to be big for her coming into this game in last place on the table. Oh, we had a little bit of an intermission, but it's cut in the recording. Tojyo has returned to the table. Everyone bows back in, showing their manners and getting back into the game. I suppose they stopped the timer, it seems like, when she took the break for whatever. So no time lost. I wonder if there is a timer for these playoff games. There might not be, since it's playoffs.
That's a good question. But yeah, big opportunity now. Negishi overtakes Nagata for second place and just behind Tojyo for first.
Yeah, this does mean Tojyo is temporarily the highest ranked player at this table with these current scores. But this hand is going to change that almost immediately. I don't see this hand going to draw the way that our players are drawing right now. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it going to an exhaustive draw the way that the players are picking up tiles out of the wall. That was a bit confusing.
These have been some fantastic draws. And Fujikawa here, highly incentivized to aim for the full flush for maximum value.
Yes, she needs anything. Not anything. She needs a lot. So she can't just take anything.
Negishi with a really incredible hand. Looks very fast to Tenpai. Nagata has Shun pair. I don't know if she wants to open though.
The calm before the storm here. We can see most of our players very close to being able to win this hand, but they're all still just fishing for tiles right now. That's a good one.
Big 4-pin draw. You have to make a decision. Do you want that south, double south? Do you want the 9-pin door connector? Or do you want the best floating tile 3-mon? Play the door connector and the best floating tile.
That's not an advance, but it is a little shape improvement.
If you cut 3-pin and slide, you can think about Itsu, which will just cut the 9-pin and take the best, the widest Ishantam.
Yeah, that's interesting because the Itsu with the 8-pin also has the chance at Dora as well. But maybe that just means the 9-pin is too dangerous because it's so close to the Dora.
Of course, here she still has the chance of using the 8-pin. Imagine, of course, the 7-pin draw would be ideal. The 3-sided Pinfu 8.
We were just talking about that earlier in this game. We'll see whether it happens or doesn't happen. Whether it's memorable or not.
This is more ideal, the Kanchan waiting on Dora, according to our conversation.
Yeah,
well, she'll slam it.
She still gets to use the Dora, but no Itsu. Yeah, like this would have been a full straight Tenpai with the 9 instead of the extra 3-pin here. But, I mean, with the Dora drawn, it's good enough points when you're already this far into the game.
Negishi with the challenge 4-pin.
Tojyo is waiting for the Dora indicator, one of the hardest tiles to get in the entire game, no matter what it is. It's very hard to get the Dora indicator.
If I am Tojyo right now, my anxiety is spiking. I see the dealer fighting me. And I know I have a bad weight and medium value.
Right.
What could their hand possibly be that's worth jamming? 4-pin against my Riichi. Well, it's going to be put on pause. South-south. We'll turn this into tateniu. And a little bit of safety. Also,
Look at
Fujikawa making
this.
progress.
Yeah, Fujikawa not really with the option of holding and letting go. Even
Oh, and
Nagata,
neither.
Tenpai.
Yeah, with the Riichi stick as well, increases the value a little bit. And there is Ishantai once again with potential tateniu for Negishi.
Oh, that could have been a nice Tenpai, but already Riichi, so Tojyo
Oh,
cannot
there's the
switch her
dealing
hand.
tile, but
Avoids
Fujikawa
it.
has to drop it if she's going to play her full flush.
This is going to be tough for Fujikawa. I can't see it going well. Oh.
How much does Nagata want to push against this? Not that much. 1 pin out. Can still work her way back into Tenpai. Oh, the 5-mon comes out. It would have been Tsuji. I think Fujikawa recognizes, though, that the 7-pin is just absolutely terrible. And there's Tenpai. It's not the tateniu, but it is a 2-sided weight. I think she's been showing the desire to challenge up to this point. 4-pin on Ippatsu turn.
You can see a little bit
South
of
Mawashi.
the subconscious movement of the shoulders moving forward, leaning in. We notice more because it blocks the camera, but perhaps the other players don't notice it as much. When
But
you
not
get
committing.
excited.
Playing the 5-mon.
Yeah, it looks like Fujikawa will not actually. I thought she was going to let the hand go, but no, she turns around, goes forward, tries to take her last chance, ends up dealing in with that 7-pin. Oh, I didn't notice this blue streak in her hair.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me, that's what Tojyo's hair used to look like in M League for a while. You can see she's going with not the completely natural, but it almost feels like a natural color in Japan with how many women dye their hair that color. This dark brown or lighter brown, I suppose.
And in terms of that 7-pin, remember the 4-pin did come out, so it was Tsuji, even if it was close to the Dora. So
yeah, you were talking about the Tsuji setup
importantly,
earlier.
though, as we said, it wasn't the full value. It could have been Itsu on top of things. So
Right.
Tojyo not getting the full reward for that hand, and that could be a big deal coming into this all last.
Yep, we'll see, because if she wins, she has to keep playing, but I think she would probably like to get like at least 10 more points overall, go up to 233.5. That would give her a much better chance at being top 3 when this is all said and done. I mean, these hands are no slouch. These current hands, they're moving pretty quickly. We could see the end of the game pretty soon. Negishi with that. Although, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
Tojyo keeps improving.
And of course, it's not the East round, so Fujikawa's pair of East is not really going to do much for her. Of course, she's looking for a huge hand right now. But her hand just doesn't seem that conducive for that many points. Hopefully she can draw a Dora if she wants to make something of it. That 5-mon would be very nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to play this hand if you're in Fujikawa's spot.
Yeah. You just get what points you can and hope you can make it up in the future rounds.
That's probably what I would do. Because she's still Ishantan here. It's a big 4-pin draw, so tateniu is alive. We see 9-mon or 2-pin. The thing is, the shapes that we have at present aren't the strongest, so we want to think about the future draws that could move us in a different direction.
Right. And I think Fujikawa here is thinking about value as opposed to complete efficiency. She's looking for the full straight. Keeps that 9 because she needs something to get to Hanemon at least.
8-9 pin penchant is a little bit challenging here. I think she was thinking about an outside type hand, but 7 pin is twice cut, and this 4-so isn't conducive either. So
right. 6 not going to do too much here, I think. Might swap it for like an 8-so or something, or maybe something completely different.
Yeah, right now, if we drew the 7-so, I'm curious if she would take the Diamond weight for potential Ipeko or the Shaba weight 5-so Chun, Red Dragon, for the, chance at an extra Yakuhai.
Right.
Thinks about holding the 6-1 for the door acceptance, but ultimately throws it back. And that's another big draw.
Yeah.
Tojyo will play headless.
Still not quite Tempai yet. So Tojyo is still trying to find that last tile that gets her to Tempai. What a draw. What a draw for Nagata.
She needs to make up about 5,000 points to surpass Negishi and 8,000 points to surpass Tojyo.
Yeah, currently looking just like Riichi only right now. The outside hand, it's not there, and actually does cut the 4 instead of the 9 pin there. So maybe looking at the outside hand still.
That gives her a slide. Ooh, I don't know if this is the tile I want. I was actually thinking about cutting the 4 mon on the previous discard. And yeah, she's going to play for all the mon blocks now. 3-4 Diamond, and then the 6-7, 7-7 shape as well. And there's the 2. That's a Tempai, but not going to reach you just yet. Really want that 1-so. Draws a 1-so. That's a comeback hand.
That's true. She had the vision from the beginning when she discarded that 4 pin, the beginning of the second row. So
but the 1-so goes to Negishi instead.
Ooh, 5 pairs. It's another option now.
8-so now.
Could be an 8 mon.
I want to keep the ability to draw the Chun alive though, so I'm a big fan of 8-so here. Oh, it is the 8 mon. Maybe this is just saying this is my best chance to get enough value to overtake. She wins Riichi toy for 3,200 that will tie. It comes off of another player, Fujikawa or Nagata.
Yeah, no repeat counters, no Honba, and no Riichi sticks on the table. So the calculations are straightforward right now. It's just the amount of points in your hand, and then the amount of points that it takes from that opponent. One of the easier tasks to perform. So a different Tempai now. Is this one worth it? Still not guaranteed enough on. So no dice.
There's also the question of, is it worth it to discard the 4-so immediately, go back out of Tempai to have more chances to draw into the Junchan? Instead, we're going to say Riichi from Tojyo. This time it is a dealer Riichi.
That could be huge. That could change things immensely.
Riichi Pinfu, 5 mon. Riichi Tanya with potential Pinfu, 5 mon, 6 mon, and 8 mon are the winners.
Oh,
there's the Dora!
Huge sumo.
That's ultimate Takame. Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, no Ura. But that's going to be 4,000 points all.
Oh my
And we are not done yet.
We might be done. We might not be done. I think Fujikawa might be done here. Oh no. That's a
she
tough
was
one.
building a nice value attempt. Sancho chance could not get there before Tojyo did. And now at 48.6, look at the gap. Started at 176.9, but the first place bonus is so big that
Yes.
she's already going to finish at 235.5 if the game ended now and she still has rounds to play as the dealer.
Yeah. That's usually pretty good, although when you're in the lead, having rounds to play as the dealer is sometimes a little bit scary. That's the scary part. I wouldn't say it's a complete downside, right? Jen had mentioned it earlier this stream, but most tournaments, if you're the dealer and you win in South 4, you cannot choose to stop the game as you would in more casual or like ranked settings.
Certainly, though, with a 19,000 point gap, I'm feeling pretty good about my odds of staying in first. And so at this point, if I'm Tojyo, I am absolutely thinking about maximizing my points.
Yeah, we would need a Baimon sumo from Negishi to really overtake.
And we can see Negishi is not doing that.
Yeah, and in these tournament rules without red 5s, it's very hard to come up with the Baimon.
So the door is the 6-so, and that means that tateniu is a threat, some type of tateniu, toi, Dora 3, but that is really unrealistic.
Yeah.
Although, well, that's a pair of Doras, that's something.
There it is. Overlays updated with the 6-so Dora. And we'll see what Fujikawa does. She could maybe get a Baimon if she gets this hand closed.
The issue is that she was aiming for a flush type hand, but held the door just in case. Maybe draw a pair or a triple. But that allowed time for Negishi to pair it up. So once the 6-so eventually comes out of that hand, we will see a pull. And Dora 3 in Negishi's hand. And then Tojyo has to rethink how much she really wants to play for this. I mean, she can still deal into a Mangan and get first place, but if you don't have to deal into Mangan, why would you, right?
Nagata is really thinking, is this Tenpai worth it? Pinfu only, but what else are you going to do? It's going to take so much work. None of her tiles are anywhere close to the door, not even in the suit at all. So she just goes for it. Negishi says, all right, that means I'm just going for it with my 2 Dora. Tojyo still not Tenpai, so she can't go for it even if she wants to. But she has a lot of good weights, as you mentioned.
A lot of draws into Tenpai. Ooh. How much do you want to push it? Maybe even 7-so here? And yes,
that makes a lot of sense.
Chance. I didn't think this was realistic, but all of a sudden there is the possibility for Toi tateniu Dora 3. 5-8 Mon for Nagata. 1-so safe. 3 Mon here.
I don't like that tile very much against Nagata's
Yeah, Tojyo doesn't either.
Yeah,
2-so. All right. Bowing away from this hand. So the battle now between Nagata and Negishi. Who will get into second?
Tough decisions.
The cancer pass with Tsumo and an Una.
Oh, the pair of red dragons coming up from Fujikawa. Has she just given up on the game? I guess it's a little too far to push against Riichi. Fujikawa's going for next game, I think.
Bowing out of this one. Truly a 2-person race. Pon for the Riichi player. And not taking the Toi away, not greeting the Hanuman.
Interesting. Because a direct hit Hanuman from Tojyo would put Negishi in the lead, but I guess the fact of the matter is how are you going to do that?
It wasn't going to matter. Never ended up finding the pin tile in time, and it is going to be the Pinfu for Nagata. Direct hit. Riichi Pinfu. I didn't get to see the Dora.
No Dora there.
That's not going to be enough. By 200 points, Nagata just short, even with the 1 Honba.
Yep. So she does lose some points here, but Nagata's still in a pretty good position near the top of the leaderboards.
And Tojyo plus 235.5 must be absolutely thrilled with this result. We'll see if it's good enough to make the top 3 and advance to the next round. For the other players, there will be one more game taking place. Well fought.
That was all the way down to the end. We had some battles. I mean, unfortunately for Sugawara, her battles did not come out with that many victories there, but she definitely had some good shots. She was making some very interesting hands. A lot of couple Yaku we don't see too often, but I guess that's why we don't see them too often, because they didn't come to fruition. They didn't win.
True.
So here we have the results for game number 2. So the big bold scores are actually the scores before game 2, and the non-bold scores, you see that fourth column, total after game 2. That's the column that's actually most important right now. We can see Nagata, who was at the top of the leaderboard, period before game number 2. It took that minus 13.1 and is now down to 214. But we see in third place, Fuji made a massive 46.1 to rocket herself up to 255.3. Right, and so
that looks like that's at the top of the totals after game 2. So I think Fuji is going to advance.
Yeah, and we see when coming back to our game, 8th place, Tojyo was down in 8th, the highest score of the match, 58.6, highest score of game 2. That looks like that is also enough to get her in. Yeah, Fujikawa down to 118.2. That's going to be near the bottom, and Negishi only a little bit up, so she has quite a way to go. But you know, our two players that came in, Watanabe taking that minus 20.8, but Lika, our WRC representative, a big 45.7 win, putting her near the top, 200.4.
Huge for Lika, 200. And after the top 3 advance, that's going to be one of the top place holders. I think going to the next round, we'll have a screen for that. But congratulations for that huge first. And yeah, Lika, 3rd place currently after Fuji, Tojyo, and Yamawaki all advance to the final rounds.
Yep, so that means as long as she holds this position for game 3, she will be advancing. So perhaps that means she's going to play a little more defensive, but with 16 players in the running, you can't play too defensive because you've got to assume that some of them are going to be pushing ahead of you. So I'm sure Lika's going to be looking for a positive score for sure here. Maybe plus 10, plus 20 just to be safe.
Yeah, and with the rounds advancing, it feels like there's been some more stratification among the scores. Only 3 players are over 200.
Right.
And there's a larger disparity now, so that's, I'm sure, going to make for even more exciting games as the players who are lower in the standings become more and more aggressive, trying to climb their way back up to the top. But for Lika, a great opportunity to make the final tables.
Yep, and also a great opportunity for us to take a little mention here of WRC. Like, so you, Nathanael, you're going to be casting and streaming more of the Sankei Shimbun Cup tomorrow.
Indeed. After this final game ends, we are not done with the exciting promotion rounds. So tomorrow we'll have more individual playoffs action, and we'll get even more players into that final round of competition here for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. So it will be just exciting as the games today. And if you have any players you're rooting for, you're cheering in, especially Lika, definitely tune in tomorrow. Well, hopefully she just qualifies in this final game today.
But we do want to see her on stream, so it's a little bit of a mixed
stream. So fingers crossed.
Feelings about that. And for those of you out there who've noticed that is actually not Nathanael on stream, that is because we've got to give him a break because he's going to be commentating tomorrow, and we are bringing in ARML commentator Corak. How you doing, Corak?
Pretty good. Boy, this I will say this playoff qualification still is very different and a little bit confusing, but I feel it's the basic, just win and you're in. Especially with where Leak is, she's in a great position to advance.
Yeah, that's why we're here to explain it to the viewers. Hopefully you guys out there understand. Hopefully you get our explanations. You're having a good time with this interesting format because players rotate in and players rotate out as they advance. We still have the same 16 every round. So there's 4 tables playing. But that does mean we're going to have to say goodbye to Nathanael until tomorrow, so not for very long. Anything you want us to know, Nathanael, before you come on tomorrow?
Oh, just be sure to tune. There's going to be some bonus WRC streams this week, so not only tomorrow, but also Sunday as well for World Riichi League. So definitely tune into both of those and enjoy the final game.
That's right, both in North America and in Europe, there will be some commentary and coverage for the World Riichi League. So that's going to be super exciting. Woo! But
all right, well, let's introduce the players and get into the game.
Here we've got from NPM our first dealer, Risa Harikae, representing Team M League Stadium. In the south seat, we've got Asami Suzuki from NPM for the Endorphin team. We've got Moe Tanabe from NPM for Jankatsumasta. And for Team Nico Nico Free Mahjong, Aimi Ueno from NPM. So a full NPM table. I believe that usually means that the players are a little more familiar with each other than if they come from different pro leagues. A lot of the pro leagues have their own events that the professionals play against. And so perhaps we will see some more player-based reads. Player-based. Sometimes it's you're playing the game, right? You know about playing efficiency, playing all your hands to win, but sometimes you're playing the players, seeing if that half flush is really Tenpai or whether it's just a bluff made to keep you from calling Riichi.
Well, there's also the potential mentor-mentee situation in a lot of these pro leagues. You get some of the more experienced ones, and that's the nature of Pro Org, is you're trying to grow, and it's generally going to be the more experienced players helping and then trying to learn. There's been such a revolution in Mahjong research, specifically the last 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, even on Team WRC, our home team here, we have players who've been playing for decades, and we have a rookie. We have Lika, her first year in the Yukon Fuji Cup. So, we've got...
Sankei Shimbun Cup now.
That's
so
right, the
let's
Sankei
get
Shimbun
in.
Cup. Good luck, everybody. Here we are in game 3.
And every one of these, this is potential elimination game. You know you have to deliver here, especially if you're right around that cut line.
There we can see Aki Nikaido on the right. She's currently in last. She's trying her best. And there we see our representative Lika in the black shirt across the table. Close table furthest, like our toymen. Across the table. Not with the WRC uniform. We in the game 2 with Nathanael here, we were wondering if that was her because she didn't have the uniform on. Indeed, that is her. You can see more closely.
All right. Well, we already see a discard, and there's a southpaw. We have a east pair, maybe Toy Honitsu.
Oh.
Very expensive hand. Couple of Kinfu hands, nothing fancy. Maybe an Itsu. You have a 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. So anytime you need overlaps on the same suit, it's a bit of a mess. 5 definitely moves us more towards just a Honitsu with the east.
Yeah, Suzuki's hand here, far and away, both in value and in speed, beating our other players here. It looks like it could be a big opening for her, who's
Well, there's
already...
Tenpai waiting on 4-pin.
Yeah, she's already winning in the overall scores with 230.7, so the rich getting richer here.
Yeah,
looking to qualify.
south, and then the east, and then the Honitsu, that's Mongon, with a lot of upgrades to a possible Toy as well. Well, the 3's a start. Need the 6 and the 9, but you have too many blocks in the Sozu with the 2, 2, 3, 6, 6, 7.
Oh, we missed the round 3 qualifier slide, but Chiral mentioning in chat that we are actually going to slim down from 16 players, 4 tables, down to 12 players after this round. So 3 tables. That means when the first 3 qualify, the top 3 qualify, our bottom player, our 16th player, is actually going to be eliminated from the tournament. So there's no more players left to rotate in after this 3rd round. So
Ooh, nice little Shanten here, building towards the Itsu. But still, just facing that Tempai, 4-pin weight. Choosing going to do anything, continues cutting the 1-mon pairs, basically out at this point. The hand just isn't that much to fight with. Now, this is a very nice hand, to Riichi Pinfu Tanyo.
yeah, maybe mixed
not
triple.
the ideal draw. I'd cut Tuso. Because I'd like to accept the Dora, but no, throws the 7 back, wants to use the Tuso as a pair.
Interesting. Neither of those options, I think, keeping 2 pairs, if I looked at the hand properly.
And now the door is starting to come out. Of course, that's always how it happens, is one person cuts door, and then we're, hey, this loose door I had, it's gone now.
Actually, Suzuki might have even been able to have a Yakuman here. I mean, surely she doesn't need it with her current high score. But we see all these wins get discarded.
Oh, well, there's a Riichi Pinfu. That is the cheap draw. But it does make a 6-9 weight for Riichi Pinfu. Oh, will we see a Toy upgrade? Nope. We'll take the better weight, though. Now waiting on 4-7 pin for Ton Non Honitsu.
It triggers Tanabe to make a call as well. Tanabe might actually be pushing this hand for real, not just breaking Ipatsu. But it would be a bit surprising.
Away. If you get there, you can make a decision later. It's not there yet.
Right.
West is a mess. Our West pair of the discards. Remember, it is a 6-9 mon weight, so we'll just cut the 7 so here.
We'll see just what happens.
It's not great. Honestly, I don't think the 2 looks that bad, but they're okay. Gotta throw the 2 pin. Oh, and another one of the birds. There goes the 1 Sodora. 9 pin. Clearly afraid of the Honitsu. Is probably gonna have to shove the 9 here. Is also afraid of the June deal and potential.
Yeah. With 1 player in reach and another player looking Tempai. Pretty difficult defense for Tanabe. Especially after the call.
Really safe now with another forward rod, yeah, and does eventually cut it. Come on, close, but that's not it. Tuso, well, is just cleared.
Fortunately for Tanabe.
Just gonna throw the 6 here. That's a fold out.
Guys, there's background noise coming in. Woo! My apologies there.
All right, there's our Sumo Reach Sumo Pinfu. Oh, Ura. So, nice little pickup. 4 Han, dealer Riichi, 26 all.
Big open for Harikae, especially considering she's in the lower half of the standings. So,
well, you need to run up the score if you're sitting at 137. Of course, doesn't want to be below the cut line, but
that's right.
There's some potential here.
Definitely will avoid being cut since only 1 player will be cut, but just avoiding the cut line isn't enough.
If Harikae takes a 4th here, she could end up being the cut.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, look at this hand. Decent. Ooh, it looks a lot better when you pair up the hot 2 and the 1 pin there. May not have any value, but it looks reasonably fast. And
Yeah,
look at it, it's reasonably fast. Look at the Junior. Oh, Hatsu's Dora, even better.
that gives
Just
you
have
some
your
value.
Yakuhai Dora pair up from the start.
It's gonna
This is a
make it.
bunch of pairs as well, but also 1, 2, 3. 4-pin and 7-pin would be an amazing draw, though. This is a Pinfu hand, maybe a 4-5 Sanshku, actually, not that far off. And this is kind of a Chanta type hand, maybe Junchan.
Gonna make it harder to actually get the triplet of Hatsu, the Green Dragon, because it's Dora. But if it comes, that's a big hand.
Well, the other thing about that is because you don't care when it comes, you could oftentimes just overextend and call a bit more, knowing that no one else is going to have the same value, unless
That's fair.
unless they also have the other two Dora.
And then
And in
you're
that case, you're probably shutting them down.
exactly.
Draws the east, gonna throw it back. Again, a lot of hands that aren't bad, just a couple draws, and they'll all be able to fight.
Yeah, middle of
Eight-so,
the
not
road
the
here.
best. Another pair.
Actually, looking at the overall scores from all of our players at this table, other than Suzuki, everyone else is fighting it out in that bottom half, trying to at least get a start in order to make top 3. And of course, trying to avoid 4th place because you could be eliminated in this round.
3 connects to the 5, adds a Kanchan. Probably not going to be Tanya on that. Ooh, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feels really bad when you cut the 2-pin the previous turn, though.
Yeah, but 4, 5, 6 mixed triple might happen. It's a small chance.
2-pin. Well, now it's a 1, 1, 2, 4 shape. I'm actually just got 7-pin. There it goes.
I like it. I like it.
4 mod. Oh, perfect fill. Now you can't get the 5, 7 and greed for the Ipeco. You can get the 5-pin or 6-pin, which is slightly more efficient, but really cheap.
I wonder if that'll also have a chance of being a mixed triple sequence.
Well, it'll require some shifting to get there.
Yeah. But that could give it some value.
It would, but at the same time, it's a lot of work to get there.
True.
I feel when you're making that play, you're just saying, I'm taking what I can get, and if it's cheap, so be it. This 4-mon's a really annoying draw because you really want to go
Ooh.
Sanshogu, but it's hard.
Yeah, that's an interesting discard from Tanabe there.
And this 8-mon cut is definitely abandoning the Chanta route. The 5 connects with the 6. Nice shape improvement. Get rid of the 4-pin. Doesn't do anything when you have a 1, 1, 2 in the hand already because the 3 is already used. Oh, and now you're going to see a 1, 2, a 3, and a 4 in the discards, most likely.
It feels
Can
like it.
consider it and maybe cut 3-mon or 6-mon, but I just throw the 4-pin
Yeah,
back.
there's so much Furiten chance if she
Okay,
doesn't.
well, the idea here is you're going for the Arianman 4, 4, 5, 6, your final shape, where you
Right.
want to hit that last 4, but that's so hard to get. And the
Yeah.
7's just going to be so cheap.
Yeah, half of the draws that connect to that Pinzu shape for Tanabe do end up leaving her Furiten.
Okay, 3, 6 into 3, 5, 7. Now the Ishunten much better. 9 isn't going to do anything here. 7, ooh, well, that turns into Ryaman in the Manzu. You have a 7, 8, 9 confirmed and a 6, 7.
Solid, solid. 2,
2.
4,
Oh
6,
no!
huh?
Through the 3.
Unfortunate.
And there, you're going to draw the 2.
But I guess that's what happens when you're trying to lock in the Sanchoku, the mixed triple sequence.
All right, that is Ishan 10. Kind of an ugly one.
Ooh,
Not much
what
value.
is
Okay, that's
this?
an improvement. You're still planning to pull in the Hatsu, but you're just not expecting anyone to have it at this point. Oh, and the backfire on the 5. Cut the 5, 6. Would have eventually paired it up and had an awkward shape, but at least would have been Denpai.
That's a nice draw. That 9 so on the end there.
Keeps the Shunten, moves to the north as a safe tell. There's Denpai,
And it's
Riichi,
big.
Dora 2, possible Hatsu Dora 3.
Could this be a dealer rampage?
This is, of course, one of the 8. So I haven't seen any Hatsu. Are they both on the wall?
It's a good question. I think they
I
are.
think they are, yeah.
It's just whether it's the live or the dead wall.
Well, also has the habit of if anyone draws it, there is no chance a live Dora comes out. None. And that 7 pins a pretty hard fold. Gets a dragon, but that's not the Hatsu.
Wrong dragon.
You have the 2-4-1-1 cut, so it's kind of confusing. Occasionally a 3-6 pin will deal in there, but it's really hard. Now this could be a chase, but that is the worst possible tempai draw, because it's now would be
Yeah.
Riichi Nomi 4-6. Could even Dama, and it's just gonna Dama, looking for a Sanshoku Pinfu upgrade.
This is not Tempai, but it's one away. Never mind. Not even
Nope,
going
just
there.
giving up. Says, I'm not dealing with this. Another dragon, another wrong dragon.
They're all still
We've
on the
gotten
wall.
2. I think, does that mean the third one has to come out pretty soon?
There it is. You
Oh,
called
there
it.
it is.
That's
Yeah,
such a
and this is
brutal
also why you
draw.
do not Riichi this 4-6 Shampo Riichi Nomi against dealer.
Oh, yeah, it's a good thing, right? Good thing for Tanabe. Could have been a big disaster there. But she might still discard it. Doesn't seem like it, though,
No,
at this point.
I don't think it ever comes out here. But there is still 1 left in the wall, and we're running out of draws.
It increases your chance of drawing it, but also increases the chance it's in the dead wall.
Just a few more.
2 more tiles, I think.
Oh, that is still not Tempai.
No,
It's
not
close,
after the
but
fold.
it's not Tempai.
1 more tile.
7's a miss.
Shoot.
And well, it doesn't
Doesn't
matter
find
because even
it.
if Hatsu's drawn, it
True.
just never come out here.
Well, it was in the dead wall, that last green dragon.
And it is in the dead wall. We will just have the 1 Tempai. The one hand had a chance to fight against it, ended up drawing the Hatsu and said, let's not throw that. And then sees it reveal it. That was definitely the right play. Harikae extends the lead here, but not the monster win she was hoping for with that Dora.
A good decision from Tanabe. Pays off. But it doesn't pay off as much. That there's always that feeling when you avoid dealing in, but you still have to pay the no 10 penalty. You're like, no matter what I did, I still have to lose points.
Well, Mahjong is a game about mitigating your losses and maximizing your wins. So
Right.
at some point, you have to accept that you're not getting everything. And, ooh, this little pinfu shape, distant 456 Sanshoku. This is a much better pinfu shape. Not too much value, though. This is an ugly pinfu shape. Kanchan's everywhere. And this is just a kind of a mess. Maybe greeting for the 6-7-8 Sanjiku. I actually don't hate that 9 so. That is a play that the only way this hand has value if it's 6-7-8. And if we end up 4-8-10, I'd still take the Riichi there potentially. But it's a long way off regardless.
Yeah.
Also, of course, on a 6-7-8 Sanjiku, you can potentially open for Tanya if someone throws the 6.
I can't even see. I can't even visualize the tempai from that 8-9 so discard because of how far away it is. And sometimes the hands, they just draw the right tiles repeatedly, and the hand is actually coming together before you could even visualize
now we have
it.
an East
Yeah,
pair
here we
up.
go. Just like
Yeah,
that.
cuts the 8 next. So he's going to fight this. There's a pin shun fill with a 7 pin. Now Ishan 10.
All our players are moving so quickly now.
Ooh, 3 is a nice upgrade now. Ishan 10 as well. Ryanman Sun Menchun.
I think every single player got a clutch draw, a very good draw in a
Call moves
row.
it to Ishan 10. Needs 7 mon and 6 9 pin.
Yeah, that 3 mon's the first miss we've seen in a while. It's actually gonna break the north pair. Interesting.
9 isn't going to do anything. 6 Tempai waiting on 7 mon. Cheap hand, but good enough.
Yeah, good chance to move that weight as well to improve it. Because it's so close to that triplet that she has.
Man,
Oh,
the
and
Hatsu
green
looks like a
dragon pair.
semi-fold. That's a if I back it a Pinfu, fine, but I just don't think this is good enough to fight. Holding on to that West Dora still, figuring there's probably not much, but if it is, it's going to be a Dora pair up.
Right.
6 doesn't do anything. Throws
Half.
it back. Already has 2 pairs, so the extra Uki area is tiny. That is a Riichi Pinfu waiting on 6/9 mon.
Solid. And indeed, the West doesn't deal in. Half of defense is finding out which tiles will deal in, and then the other half is, as you mentioned, mitigating not only by avoiding dealing in, but by dealing in with tiles that are worth less in the hand.
Right, and of course, cuts the Dora. What's the Ipatsu draw? Another Dora.
It just happens
Ooh,
like
9
that
Ishan 10 with
sometimes.
a 4/5/6 Launchgu looking very good. Certainly enough to chase if it gets there.
Oh,
Oh,
huge!
well, that's Tempai. Won't take it, though.
Did you see your hand almost reach down to the Riichi stick? I wonder if that's a tell.
Tuso's not it.
Looked like Ueno was going to reach and then double checked her hand and said, maybe not. And just discarded a tile instead.
Well, that's Tempai. It's cheap, though.
It's
So
reasonable.
Riichi Nomi will
we
take
go.
it, though. 3/6 pin.
Yeah.
But that deals in to the Riichi Pinfu. No Ura. But Tanabe will shut this down.
I wonder if the fact that the Riichi player had discarded 2 Doras convinced her to fight the Riichi. It was a good weight, though. Not much.
It's a good weight against a
else.
non-dealer Riichi. It looks relatively cheap there, and it was early enough that I think the chase is fine.
Yeah.
You just feel really bad when you do that and they flip 2 Ura on you.
Exactly.
That is the voice of experience.
All right. Off to East 2, a long East 1 for Harikae.
All right, nice little Riichi Pinfu type hand and a Dora. This is definitely a Pinfu hand as well, but you do have the pay pair and 8-pin pair. Probably going to choose the 6/8 for the 7 would be a nice little draw. 2 doesn't do much immediately, but moves the hand a little bit awkwardly. 4 is a nice fill, at least turns into a Kanchan if you use the 5 mon as a pair.
7, 8,
9
9.
fills the 7/8. You still have a floating 5. 2 doesn't do anything. 9, ew. Yeah, just throws it back. Not even remotely tempted.
I think there's
5 pair up. Doesn't do much, but I guess it slightly extends the shape.
I think there's a lot of room for temptation on these hands. We've got the 3 Sodora in the middle there. We've got 3 pairs here.
Ew.
Yeah,
that is arguably the worst draw that technically improves the hand.
It's like a
the
perfect
best route
balance.
is to draw an 8, and then another 8.
Right. The hand ended up being a perfect balance in between going for 7 pairs and going for a sequence hand. Sequence face.
Well, now you see the 4, 5 in the discards.
Right.
So this is Ishan 10, potential Riichi Pinfu.
We'll see what happens with this. Tanabe looking for that 5/8 mon weight. Losing a lot of 8 mon very quickly. She's
that pawn is just tragic on the left here.
Tempai. No reach.
Riichi Nomi will not wait for the Sanjuku or Dora upgrade. There were lots of upgrades. We'll just go ahead and throw the stick in now.
And the rest of the Dora all being drawn here back to back. So all the 3 still accounted for, I think. There it is.
There's the last one. I'd say no, they weren't all accounted for, but they are now.
They were all in the wall except for the one that was in Suzuki's hand to begin with. They're all in the wall back to back to back. The 3 sills stick together.
Well, it's right there in name. 3 of them.
Right.
Ishan 10 for Riichi Dora 1. Ooh.
This is interesting.
Wait, I thought there was a Riichi. There was a false movement.
Mmm.
Because that is not a Riichi in there. They must have cut away a little earlier because she was definitely reaching in for a stick to pull out.
Yeah, that's what I had mentioned earlier. It looked like Ueno went for Riichi and decided against it and just discarded. So I was wondering if that was gonna be a tell. Like I was wondering if the table picked up on that.
There are so many upgrades here, though.
It's true. Not as much as a lot of the other hands that I see players use Dama 10 for, though. I might be tempted to Riichi it.
Oh, what about a 3-sided Riichi Dora?
Hey, that's nice.
That is definitely an upgrade.
This hand here for Harikae, though.
Well, you're in the same situation. You still need the upgrade. This 8-so allows you to accept Dora. It allows you to accept Ipeiko. And, of course, you extend the Shaping Pinzu as well.
And Suzuki playing a little more safely here for a little bit.
Get the So, but it's not the 1, 4, or the 7. Through the 8 last turns, you know it's clear. Seven So pair up.
It's not a bad hand if you weren't facing down a Riichi, but Suzuki is still the dealer. Let's see what she does.
I kind of like 6 Mon since we pulled the 5. Well, that's Tempai. You can wait on the 3-6 to accept a door, or you can wait on the 5-8. No,
neither.
just breaks out of Tempai.
Ooh, Harikae playing very defensively here.
Well, the 5-8 is, of course, terrible because it's pawned, and you see 2-8 discarded, but does not take the 3-6 wait. Six, wouldn't have done anything. 2, continues cutting the 6-7, planning to use the 8 as the pair in the hand. Out goes the Hatsu, moves the hand a little bit forward.
Players are definitely playing a dangerous game here, not completely reaching Tempai, but also not completely folding. I think some of them are at the point where it's very hard to do anything because they don't have that many safe tiles in their hand, but also it's looking less and less likely like they can win the hand. Sometimes you get caught in that tough spot where after calling, the odds just start looking worse than when you first made the call.
Well, at the same time, I am someone who is definitely aficionado of calling 3 times and then folding.
Sometimes that's what you have to do, but the more tiles left in the wall, the harder it is.
And the other thing a lot of people don't think about is every time you cheat, that means there's one more draw for people.
True. Does make the game longer. Chi or Pon, same way. Con does not because you get your extra draw from somewhere else.
Tumon pair up.
Does look a little bit late though. It does look like the rest of our players are.
The 2-5 Suji
holding.
looks really
Yes.
bad here. So I feel if you're going to push this, you probably could push the 4-mon. And you're kind of wondering why you haven't seen the 2s or the 1s. Well, that is Ishanten. Managed to back into something you might push. But this hand's out.
This is quite the long run. I was talking with Nathanael in the second game about how the 3-sided weight, the Sanmen-chan,
They
seem
just
to
never
finish
do
quite
they?
as wondering.
You feel
what
like
the stats are.
you should win them, and you just oftentimes don't.
Yeah. In this case, it was very close to the Dora, so there's a little bit of
People are oftentimes
reason.
collecting them, but at the same
Yeah.
time, it used a 1. The 3-sided weights I don't feel good about are the 2-5-8. especially in rule sets with Red Dora. You're like, okay, someone's holding all the fives. And
Right.
wouldn't be surprised if the others are going Tanya with Dora elsewhere.
Yeah. In fact, the dealer was not Tenpai on this one. Suzuki did not manage to make it back around. She decided to let go of the hand to avoid dealing in. So East 3, here we come. Tanabe is the dealer. 9 so's the Dora. We can see 1 in Ueno's hand.
Ooh, nice hand here with the East pair. Could go Honitsu, but probably just going to play regularly for now. This is a Pinfu type hand.
Yeah, I think
This
Harikae
is
probably wants
a
to
couple
advance.
pairs, but probably Pinfu type hand. Maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanjuku, 2, 3, 4 some shifting. I want to throw the 4 back a lot because I just want Junchan in this hand.
It seems like a pretty reasonable maneuver.
I have a rule. When I get to 3 Penchan, I just stop counting and go Junchan.
I don't know if the last shape in your hand is like a 4-5, like a Ryanman, and you have 3 Penchan, it's
Yeah,
still
but
tough.
it's not.
I think it is.
Well, there's a Sanjuku with the 7, 8, 9. So you don't even have to brute force the
That's
Junchan.
true.
But Junchan Sanjuku Dora is a very reasonable route for that hand to go Mangan. And I feel that's how a lot of hands should be played is you see Mangan, you just go for it.
Yeah, and if she's lucky enough to
3.
draw it all closed, it could go up to Haneman.
Yeah, those closed Junchans are so juicy, but they're so hard.
They are indeed.
4 connects this, makes a 4, 5, 6 Sanjuku more realistic. We're going to see the pawn of the Chun. Might cut the 5 here. Yes, that looks like a Honitsu play. If you weren't going Honitsu, you'd probably cut the 6 Mon, use the 5 as the pair, planning to call the East. Alternately, may just be holding the 5, 6, use the East as a pair, but that'd just be really sad. If you had no value if that's the route.
Well, all of our
3 pin just going to
players
be a
here.
miss.
All our players trying to find that value you're mentioning.
Ooh. You really want to cut the 9-pin pair, but at the same time, what's your pair going to be? We'll cut the 6 and just take the Ryokan. Well, that's a 5th pair.
Big think Tanabe's gonna go.
I like this
that
because if you
route.
draw 4 so 7 so, you can get out of the Chitoi route.
Yes.
Well, now we see how greedy, and the answer is not. Going for the absolute cheapest route with a 4-7 weight. That is Tenpai, but just 1 Yakuhai.
Not interested enough in that
Well,
one.
it's Harikae, and Harikae is just interested in moving the game along at this point. But I feel where the scores are, I still want to greed. If I had that result and I was sitting where Suzuki was coming into this game, oh no! The 1 so backfire would have been Tenpai for the Honitsu
That could have been
on 1 so
huge.
tall, and instead just the 4-7 still.
Could have been her ticket to plus 200.
One pair up. Well, do you ever cut 2 pin or 3, 4? One pin, okay. Doing everything she can to avoid a Junchan route.
I do kind of like the 1-pin draw there, just from an efficiency point of view.
You can go headless, now should be the play cutting the 8.
That
Ew.
hand, that's one
Ew,
of the
throw it
widest
back.
weights.
That's horrible.
You don't like this one, huh?
No,
Yeah.
I am not a fan.
I agree.
It slightly improves a regular hand, but it kills the Chitoid, ends the Tanyao, and actually going to shift down with the 4 pin. That is an I'm probably folding play. Also potential trap on a Chitoitsu for the 1 pin. But I just like getting greedy. And this is going to be Riichi Nomi 258 Mon. This is Furry 10.
Yeah, not the greatest final shape, but reasonable if not for Furiten. I think the Furiten makes this pretty tough, but not sure how much of an improvement you can really get.
And you can't really take the 5 Shampon because you'd be Furiten there as well. Oh, you can call the Tone and cut 5, though. We'll pass on it.
Ooh. 1-1-1.
Another 1. Now is Shunten. Doesn't like the 7, but eventually throws it. Okay, just knew the 1 was going to pair up, and this is going to be a Riichi Chitoy waiting on 2-pin.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting. Did not expect the hand would end up like this. You get the 7 pairs, you lost the tateniu, the all insides. But that's how it rolled out. We'll see if it wins.
And going to see a break on the Tempai finally.
A 1-pin. But
Draws the Dora, but it's safe. Get a little bit of background noise.
oh, okay.
4-pin isn't it? A lot of pressure here. This is the worst feeling when you Furited Riichi and then immediately get chased. Wasn't an immediate chase here, but you feel you're in a really rough spot.
Yeah. This is the fears that you have when you make the Riichi. So you
And
can
that is
only
the
summon-
last 2-pin, I believe. Yeah, because it's Chitoy waiting on the 2, so that weight is now dead.
Right.
There's one of those 8s. And you can see that 2 mana is off to the side, reads it as a dangerous tile, and it would be, except for the whole Furitin part.
Exactly. Oh, and there's
Another
another
8.
one.
Well, we found where they all were. This is Tempai. The door is safe. You can wait on 2 mon safely.
3-so did come out
3, I believe 3
recently.
is also safe. Yes, it had just come out. So a Tempai on 2 mon. And 3 players Tempai. Whoops. Uh-oh.
Bing bong.
We've all done that before.
Don't let it fall in. Don't let it fall in.
But it is 1,000 to everyone except Ueno, who takes a minus 3k. But now 3 sticks in the middle and 2 Homba. And you don't need value in this hand. That's 3 Han equivalent in the pot already.
Especially in this mode without the red 5s.
And we have 8 Mana's Dora. This looks like try and pair a Yakuhai and go, but none of them are paired up. So probably may just be a Pinfu hand. This looks like a similar Pinfu hand. Needs to pull the 3-pin to fill the Penchun. This is the West player, so the South pair doesn't really do anything. Maybe a 1-2-3 Sancho, and even that's a long way off. It's a pretty bad hand. There's a Dora draw, allows the 5-7 to turn to a 5-7-8. 9-so extends it to a possible Itsu. West is now paired up. Moves the hand a little bit forward. 7 pins a great draw. Just gonna brute force 1 Itsu out of this. 1 pin turns into a Penchun. 8 mon is a Dora. We'll hold it for now, but not the best draw. Oh, that's the tile you're looking for. Now Ishan 10 for the Riichi Pinfu.
This is a pretty big score here.
Dora pair up. Can potentially call down for time. You do have that Penchun to get rid of at some point, if that's the plan. And just takes a safer tune. 2 is a great fill. And yeah, it cuts the 4 mon, definitely going Honetsu, not even considering the regular type hand.
It's a good
Still has
shape.
all those honors.
The 3-4 mon was a good shape though, but I suppose with the quality of the other shapes, I think Harikae wants to be able to call tiles to go faster.
Another Pinzu draw, and getting closer. Still needs some work though.
It is pretty
3
nice.
extends to a 2, 3, 5, 6, so there is some overlap now. But especially if you can call the 4 pin used open for the tateniu. Trying to make a decision. What's my route to value? Do I just still float the Dora? Do I 5, 6, 7 Sanju? Do I 3, 4, 5 Sanjuku? And ends up cutting the 4 pin. Another Pinzu draw. Just draw everything in the same suit. 5 pin pairs up. Really doesn't do much immediately. You can't get the 5 so, or you could throw it back. Oh, speaking of drawing a pair and throwing it back.
It does feel like a lot of these hands.
Oh my. I just want to know what this is like one time in my life.
I feel like a lot of these hands should be making pretty good progress, so I feel like Harikae might actually get the win here, possibly even by Ron.
Another pair up. It's not really enough to go Chitoy, and it's also not enough to go regular hand. Just going to throw the 6 now before it gets really dangerous. 1 upgrades to a possibly Peiko on a 2-mon draw. Okay,
Yeah.
that is the first non-pin tile, I believe, since turn 2. And because there are a couple of those 4s out, and the 1 is for it, and we'll cut the 2, 3 now. The 9 Soanko throws the Dora. It is immediately called. Just going for the tateniu Dora 3 is Shanten.
And don't forget to add all those bonus points you mentioned at the beginning of the hand for over 10,000.
There's Ipeiko, Riichi pin Fui Ipeiko, 5, 8 pin.
Big
And
reach.
there's the Riichi. And the worst draw would actually be a 9 pin, confirming the Itsu, because then the 8 just comes right out. Nope, just that looks like a largely heading towards the fold.
Right.
You also have the Dora pulling on board, so you're not 100% sure what you're doing anyway.
I think that's part of the whole reason that the fold might be happening.
Otherwise, a non-dealer Riichi, I don't see you ever making this play. I'd cut the 2-mon, I wouldn't even think about it. But with the Dora pulling on board, you're definitely a little more cautious.
Right.
Pinzu, but that's on it. It's still the 5-8. Nine isn't doing anything, and 9 isn't that scary, especially the 8 pawn. This is Ishan 10. Doesn't really want to throw the 7, but I imagine we'll take it if it gets there.
This is really, she's really out. She's really leaving this hand. Ooh, even as the dealer.
Ugh.
All the draws you mentioned at the beginning that you were jealous of being able to draw so well, and it still didn't amount to being able to finish
I never
the
got
hand
there.
in
Well,
time.
because the hand was so bad, and that's the thing. Draws, what, 8 or 9 straight tiles, and it's still not good enough?
Right. Tanabe's been stuck as the dealer, been stuck maybe trying to discard the 7 pin, but also very afraid to do it. Now she really has to think whether it's time.
Well, you also see 3 7s here, so this may just be 9 9 9. And I think that's a 7 so on our right as well, so that'd be copied off. Nope, not giving up on this. There's their sumo reach sumo pin Fui Peiko. No aura, but that's still a very nice hand. With the 46 in the middle, the 52 in the hand.
Yeah, Ueno needs this currently in last place in the overall standings. Not last place, sorry, but last from our 4 players here.
Yes,
And now
well, this will help immensely. You can see that yellow, of course, if the game ended here.
Yeah, now she's second place in this game. Only a +9 score overall with the second place.
Will be dealer here off of that big win in East 4. That pause was likely due to either counting hundreds or just occasionally making sure the tiles were shuffled correctly.
Right.
Usually you don't push them all in quite right. And I've seen worse, but I've seen a lot better.
Well, she's not
This
going for 13
Ryanchan,
orphans.
Enchan, Kanchan, it's not good enough for Kokoshi either. They have a
Hmm.
Chun pair, maybe a fast hand, but not an expensive one. This has the West pair. And now a 3-mon pair, maybe Honitsu, but similar. This is the best hand of the bunch, and it's still not that good. I guess my question here is Harikae just going to call this down for 1,000 and try and get this over with? This hand has 2 Dora in the West, though, so that is very strong. It was a little worse before, but the subsequent draws have helped immensely. There's our West. There's our call. Okay, all of a sudden, much better situation. Ishan 10 even. Would love to pull in that Dora.
One of those hands that's hard to visualize until the improvement happens. And then it all just starts to click and make sense.
Falls into place, get the
Like-
one tile to call, and the other draws, and you're in a great situation. Interesting. Holds a safe tile with the Hatsu rather than the floating 4. I would definitely keep that 4.
Yeah, I don't know. Part of it, I think she kind of has her 5 shapes locked down, and the 9 so are both Dora.
Well, if you're going to just brute force the Shumpole, maybe, but I kind of like connecting to the 4 rather than the 3-3. Because you end up on the Shumpole, and the 3s can very easily be used, and the Dora may just never come out.
This 4 connects to 6-pin.
Yeah,
seen
it's an
other players
Ishan 10. You just
discard
cut
it.
the 7-so or the 4-mon. I think 7-so is normal here. Out it goes. And this will likely be a call for Tempai if the Chun were to come, especially with one having already come out. And that 8's a nice little upgrade. Now, Ishan 10 for Riichi Pinfu possible Dora breaks away from the possibly Peiko, wants the shapes as they are, and keeps the 9-mon as the relative safe tile.
Very solid spot to be in.
Haku doesn't do anything. 7-pin doesn't do anything. And Shaw doesn't do anything. It is a safe tile, though, because the other 3 have been pulled. 5. Ooh, could go Chun Chun. Just lock in the Tanya here.
Not the
Could
worst
also
idea.
go 4-6, but I like it a lot less. Yeah, I go for the Tanya.
Yeah, 5-pin is
There
going
is
to be
also
hard,
a 2,
though.
3, 4 Sanshiku if you draw 3-pin or 2-pin.
And Suzuki finds Tempai with her pair of Dora and Yakuhai called.
One so isn't going to do anything. Except
There it
deal in, of
is.
course. Because what oncoed up was the 3-mon, so just had the 1-4-so wait for Shaw Dora 2.
Not bad, not bad. Is it enough to get out of last? I don't think so.
Well, it is 39 direct, so...
Right. So still in last place of
Harikae,
this
still
game.
last place, but it's close enough. And now look at the spread. We have 2 players fighting for first, 2 players fighting for third, but they're all within striking range.
Yeah, I think I would say they're all fighting for first right now. Nobody above 30,000. Nobody
In South
at
1,
that
I
gold
think you can
score.
safely say they're all fighting for first. In
Right.
South 4, it's a little iffier.
I mean, you hit a Mangan. Mangan Sumo usually will do it for any player at this point.
Yes, anyone with a Mangan Sumo would take first at this point. I have a Hatsu pair, maybe a call and go, also has a Dora.
Yeah.
Well, this is a decent hand, but needs to fill the pension 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. But just breaks it all together. Just forget this. I'll keep my 1-3-mon instead.
Yeah, we saw Harikae playing very timidly, very defensively when it wasn't her dealer turn anymore. So we'll see.
Pair up.
We'll see whether she breaks out the aggression again now that it's her last dealer turn of the game.
6 is a great draw there. Now Ishan 10. 2 on. Oh, a bit of tragedy having cut the 1. Would be a 3 and a 4 away from Itsu. 8, 9 so pairs up. Still looking to call the Chun. 9-pin, not going to be used. 6-pin, good floater, but do you want a floater? Answer appears to be yes. This will shift down on the 8.
Yeah, especially in this first row. I feel like the floater tends to get a ton of value.
This is a tough decision because you want to cut the Dora, but at the same time, it's Dora. But it just doesn't fit. So out it goes. Oh, a bit of a backfire. I cut the 9 last turn.
Right.
4. Well, getting closer, but still a distance away. Would love to have that 1 and 2 back. Now you'd be a 3-mon short of an Itsu. 5's a great fill there. 2 so it doesn't actually do anything. I'd probably just throw it back. Could go 1-3, but
Ooh.
this is an Ishanten for a Tanyao Ipeiko.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure that
Seven's
Tuso
a
does
nice
that
little
much
pull.
either.
Well, it's a 2-4 and a 5-5-6-7-7. So double Kanchan effectively. Now I have an Ishanten. Says, well, now I'm going to throw me the Chun, I'll just drop myself. And similarly, if you're going to throw me the Hatsu, I'll just drop myself.
Huh.
And then immediately see the last Hatsu drawn.
Yeah. Doesn't it always feel like that? You know, waiting so long, finally comes out, and then another one comes right after, and it's completely unusable. No con opportunities or anything like that.
Well, it does one thing for you, and that is it shuts down the other hand because no one wants to throw the live Yakuai at this point.
True.
You imagine it comes out at Tempai, but not before then.
Yeah, I don't expect Harikae to be open conning the Green Dragon at this point.
Probably not.
Oh, sorry, Ueno.
That'd be more of a
Ueno's the one
desperation
who
move.
has it. Yeah.
Yes.
Harikae has the
Bueno
last copy.
might, but not just yet. We might see it come out right here, or he could just cut 2-pin.
Right.
Keep the hand as it is. You feel you're behind just because it's so late. Well, pulling the 8 though upgrades the Shunten.
Another
Up
roll.
4.
Another movement of the shapes. Just draw the other side of your weight and then cut the previous side. Draw the 7, discard the 4. Just keep rolling. I wonder how much trickery is happening with that.
Just going to call this down. This is not Tempai.
Yep. Con does not happen on the last Green Dragon.
We'll take the Ishan 10. Doesn't want to get rid of the 7 so just yet.
It's looking a bit scary.
Another pair, but I think you just have to throw it. Since the 9-mon is the door, you're not even really scared of dealing into the Tanyo. And a lot of times situations, you might even consider intentionally moving it towards that, just to
Right.
avoid someone coming down with a hand like Riichi Dora, maybe Sumo and Samura. This is Tempai. Does not take it. That surprises me.
Yeah, Suzuki.
Oh, that is also Tempai. This one will be taken. Riichi Chun with a bunch of extra foo.
I wonder if Suzuki's thinking about her current plus 230.7. This is a little bit, I think it's a little bit too defensive to be running away when you're currently like last or near last.
There's Ipatsu, Riichi Ipatsu Chun. I said extra foo here, so that's what, 64?
That's right. You got it right on the money. Also moves the dealer off Harikae, so now that she's out of dealer turns, let's see if she continues to play her defensive style or if she puts a little more pep in her step when it comes to playing to win these hands.
We're getting towards crunch time now, so
Yep.
it's been a close game last few hands. And it's only getting closer. You see a clear first, a clear second, a clear third, and a clear fourth. But at the same time, fourth just manga and sumos and gets into first, especially dealer. And this is the hand to do it. Wow. Formon gives another pair, possibly Peiko. This has a few too many Kanchans and floaters. As a Hatsu pair. Can use a Dora as well. 7 pin would really help this hand. We see the one so pawn. Now the question is how greedy you want to be. Because you have that 6-7 to potentially get rid of, but Honetsu's 2 Han as opposed to the 1 for the Dora.
Right.
9 pin allows the hand to potentially use a second Dora, but it's going to be hard to get it. Cuts the 6, says I either pair up Dora and go Toy Toy, or it's full Honetsu. 9 pin's a
Interesting.
really annoying draw, because his hand's moving towards Chitoy, but now you have a Dora Penchon, so
Yeah.
we'll hold on to that as well for now.
She thought about that for a very long time.
Ace isn't going to do anything. 7 Mon is a miss.
Suzuki needs some hits here.
Nine turns that into a Penchon. 3 Mon turns into Ryama, just gets rid of the 9. 6 is another miss. This is the tragedy of Honetsu, is if you don't get that help on calling things, it can be really hard.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned last time Harikae was going for the half. Well, she just got all the help she needed. Suzuki
Well,
not
yeah,
as
because the wall just
fortunate.
gift wrapped it.
Yeah. Suzuki getting the opposite end of that here.
Oh, there's the backfire on the 6-pin cut. But I think this is the right play. There's just such a value difference. Four pin. Well, that's actually a really annoying draw. I would probably cut Haku.
Yeah, I think White
I
Dragon
was like, I
makes
kind of like
sense.
9 pin, and then I
Haku.
see the Haku. Like, wait, why is that still in this deck?
Maybe same reason Suzuki's still holding Dora in her hand, despite having discarded the tiles around it. The 6
Another
and the 8
pair
pin.
with a 5, but cut the 1 a couple turns ago. Also, the 7 would have been paired up. They could have been a Chito Tempai by now. I just go 9 pin. Nope, throws the 3 back.
Ooh, not quite what you're looking for.
Looking at the Peiko in Monzu, 3-4-4-4-5-5, a 3 Mon would really help.
Wonder if all simples would ever make sense there. Not this hand, but the other one.
Now Ishan 10. We'll have to use the Hatsu as the pair rather.
Right.
Two pin. Well, you can shift this down, and we'll do so with the 5. Upgrades the shape. 2-3-3. 3 so can slide this down, dreaming of 3-4-5 or 4-5-6. Yeah. Oh, well, there's a 2 so pair up. We're definitely going Toy Toy and Honitsu now.
Could
Needs a
be
2
huge.
so, a Shaw, or a Non. 2 of the 3 will be the win. The problem is this Non just getting held. The hand isn't good enough to fight yet. 2 pin, possible Itsu route. This was the reason the shape in Pinzu was held as long as it was in hopes of drawing something to move it towards Itsu. 4 is Shanten.
Still no Tempai, though. It's getting very tense here.
Looks like 2 out.
Ooh, what do you do
7.
now?
Oh, this is a potential in Totsu. You would lose Toy Toy, of course, this route. There is a Chanta route if you cut 2-2 as well.
West even. Interesting.
Making a read that someone's just hoarding them at this point. Because there's no reason it hasn't come out.
Suzuki trying to grow some bamboo here, looking for the final tiles. Ueno catches another pair, but it's not the nicest.
And 9 so is going to get held back. Oh no!
Oh!
And finds out the terrible news.
Another backfire on this.
And there's
end.
the 2 so they could have been a Ron.
It's Tempai though, at least.
Gets the Tempai finally. But may just be Honitsu Nomi. It's a 6-9 south weight.
Hmm. A pair of green dragons have been sitting there for a while.
Well, that is
anyone is-
Tempai.
Yep.
It would be 4-10 unless you take the 7-pin weight.
Are you going to fight the dealer with this?
Well, it'd be a 2-pin cut. You might even reach 4-10 Riichi, though.
4-10 Riichi, even against the scary dealer hand.
Oh, and that's a pretty good draw as well, but not going to fight this. Does not want to throw the south, which we know would deal in. Gets the 5 so, but that's not the deal in tile.
Oh, no go here for Ueno.
And it looks like 2 players are out. It's just the Honitsu and the Riichi facing off here.
Right.
2's not it. I'm not used to seeing pros take this many 4-10 Riichis.
I think our WRC members, Jen,
on?
Gemma, they talk about it a lot. And don't be afraid of 4-10 Riichi.
Do you be afraid? Are you afraid of Khan though?
That is.
She looks afraid.
She's afraid, but she did it.
Even shaking as the 1 snow goes over there. Sumo Rinchan! Non-Honitsu gets the perfect draw.
Her fingers are still
Also gets
shaking.
an extra Dora. Ooh.
I think she was actually making sure there was a tile left because she didn't want a chombo here.
Yes, and that is not Haite, so you don't get the bonus there. But it should be a
Right.
It is, yeah, there is your dealer Mangan. It is 5 Han. Since again, you do not get the Haite from it.
What an insane draw there. But yeah, I'd be pretty worried that I didn't just chombo there too. I was like, can I do a con? Is there 1 tile left for me? And indeed, there's 1 tile left for her. Got it. It was the right tile.
Suzuki in first place now.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely advancing if she maintains this position. I don't think there's any doubt.
273.9. Yeah, that punches a ticket to the next round.
Yeah.
A lot of middling hands. Nothing's jumping out immediately. Kind of Tanya Pinfu hand. Messy Pinfu hand with a bunch of floaters to still get rid of. Probably the best of the bunch, but needs a little work. Maybe a 5-6-7 or 6-7-8 Sanshoku. Still a long way. This is kind of a cheat toy. Maybe you Peiko on a 5-pin or 8-pin draw. So a lot of middling hands. Nothing I'd call good.
This one has
4
been getting a
pin.
lot better though.
Okay, that draw helps immensely. You still have a little bit of work, but it's turning into something.
I think Ueno's got my vote.
Pair of the 7-pin, definitely moving towards that tiny. Ooh, cuts the 5. Doesn't like there's a floater here. 8's a great fill, but just has so much work with the rest of the hand to do. And well, there goes your 8-pin pair. Ace isn't going to do anything. 3 so. You can keep it because it's Dora, if nothing else. Should be an a dragon. Ooh, cuts the 8, so wants the overlap here with the 3-5-5-6.
Yeah, just a matter of keeping the Dora around. Sanzo Dora, the most powerful.
Cuts the 3, gets the possible Ipeco with the 6-6-7-8.
Wonder if Harikae will go for 7 pairs here.
6 pin. I still want to cut on a dragon here. Okay, there it goes. Pays going back, doesn't do anything. 1 mon's a miss. 2 so can now use a Dora as a 2-4 Kanshan in Sozu. Question is, how committed are you to the Chitoitsu? And the answer is not very, at least not yet. Oh, the perfect draw, the 4 so.
I don't think Suzuki's going to be going for 7 pairs. We'll have to leave that to Harikae.
1 pin pair up. Kind of
Nice draw.
floaters all over the place here.
Ooh.
Oh, just draw the Dora.
Doesn't look like Harikae will be going for pairs either with that.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. You really hope to turn this into... Yeah, I like the 1 so a lot. This keeps the Itsu. You're not losing anything. You could potentially shift towards Tanyao eventually. Ooh, cuts the 2 so. Definitely wants the Tanyao here. Could have gone with the 5 for the potential 1-4-7 block. Chune's going to get thrown back. Kumon isn't going to do anything. Haku's also a miss. That 4 is very much an I don't like it, but I also kind of just want to sit on it and hope I draw a Dora. The Dora are kind of dead. Four-mon pair up, not going to even consider the Chitoi route with 3 pairs this late.
6?
So,
It's
okay,
not there,
can cut
but it's
Haku
almost
here.
there.
And it keeps the Peiko option open and keeps the Itsu option open. But it does leave you a little defensive of some Riichis. This is now perfect. Ishanten should probably be 3 pin here. Yeah, this guarantees Tanyao. Two pin doesn't do anything.
Down it goes. Sometimes.
That was the draw you were looking for. This is I'd cut 1 so 9 so. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora, maybe Ipeiko.
Hmm.
9 pin's going to do anything. The 7's kind of a messy draw. Just going to get thrown back. Draws another 9 so, which wouldn't have helped anyway. You already have a pair. Hatsu's a miss.
Oh,
2 pin gets the Ipeiko draw.
1 away. Nobody's finding Tempai. Every tile looks like it improves the hand, but none of them are improving the Tempai. They're all very close. Ah, here we go.
7 so. There's the Tempai, Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, and a Dora.
Yeah, decides not to wait for Sanchoku, the mixed triple sequence, because it already
No,
has so
you're
much
talking
value.
dealer Mongon, so I'm fine. Cuts the 8. Does not just jam the 4 in, but we'll cut the 8 instead. And then we're going to see a Chi down for Tempai waiting on 5-8.
So we do have some competition for Suzuki's big hand here.
Ooh. Could also throw 8 pin and take the Champon, but throws the 2 anyway.
Yeah, 8 pin would have dealt in right here. Oof.
Eight Mon turns it into Ryokan shape. Pay isn't going to do anything. Is a nice little safe tile, though, when you're not really at the point. Oh, well, that's Tempai. We'll take it. Now waiting on 5 Mon. We'll go ahead and keep the Tempai here, throwing the 3.
Yeah, there's even a head bump chance right now.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, sorry about that. It looked like there was a slight disconnection on the stream end. We will start it back from just about where we had left off, just about 20 seconds earlier. Or of
Yeah, we
course,
see
I'm
the
still here
tempai
with
break
Corak.
there.
Yeah.
Tempai break, and the 5 clears, and we have 2 players tempai.
Right, we didn't miss too much here. Just some no 10 payments to Harikae and Suzuki as
Suzuki
South
does get another
2
dealer turn.
moves on to 2 repeats. That's right.
That's something, it's a long discussion point, is when you're in that situation, how much you want to run up your dealer as opposed to just getting it to move. And I
Yes,
feel in a game that's this close, you need to try and get some more points.
that's fair. She might advance even with a second place, though. So there are arguments both ways because her starting score is just so much higher than most of the other ladies in the tournament.
Yes, but at the same time, your scores don't disappear between rounds, so
Right.
you're looking to run it up if at all possible anyway.
That's true.
Oh, I like that hand. This is a Pinfu hand. You have the north pair. Cuts the 2.
Yeah, she might be
Speaking of
rewarded.
2's another pair. Ugh. I really don't like that draw. I kind of like 9-7, so. Just go Tanyo. No, throws the 2. Says, I am going to use this Dora on the Kanchan. 2-4, so. 6-mon. Ooh, how greedy do you want to be? You could got 4 so as kind of a hedge, but it is Dora. You go west-west, you go 4-5. I like 4-5 pin. But instead, we'll just kind of play for the widest shape.
Yeah, keeping 6 blocks if you count the Dora on its own as a block.
Nan Onko of the 8-mon. I'd feel really good if I cut the 9 so last turn.
This is 1 away. But as you mentioned,
That's what
the
we call
weight are not so
technically one
good.
away, where if you get it, you're probably not looking to take the
Right.
Denpai anyway. Well, this is just Yakuhai. Yeah, just cut the Haku.
Interesting, because she is North player, not West player. So the Wests for
We're looking
Harikae.
for the Pinfu there.
Yeah.
You know, you're in this situation, you either plan to go Shumpole on both of the honors, or you just cut it there. And would really like to keep the door and make a decision later, so the plan is Pinfu. Well, now it's a upgrade shape, needs the 3 so even more now. 3's a miss. Pays on Onko.
Whoa! Tripled up for the dealer.
5. Ooh, that's interesting. You can't go 2-4 here. You could also go 8-8.
Yeah, 2-4 removes Dora, maybe even just 7 so as an option. Lock in
Yeah,
your
I think
Dora.
7 so's fine.
You can also just throw back 4-5 if you really want to. Oh no, we're going 2. We might
Goes
go
the 2
4.
so. Ooh, that's a nice little extension. Should be the 9 pin. Yeah, there it is. Plan is to just call the Hatsu, get the 16 for the. Oh, there's our Tempai. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1, 3-6 pin.
And the Pinfu has been locked in for this Riichi.
This is now headless Ishan 10. Well, not going to be headless anymore. Locked in the north is the head.
Head full Isha.
Mono head? I don't know.
Well, there's really. Oh, and
well,
a
yeah, now you
complete
just pair up the
switch.
one, so you don't even have to shove it.
A complete switch. It all works out in the end. Well, I guess hasn't all worked out yet, but it's working
Yeah,
out
hasn't
quite well
won
for her.
anything just yet.
That's an interesting
Ooh,
draw,
that's
but
an interesting draw.
not Tempai.
Yeah, actually doesn't help anything. You can't really shift for another Dora here. Of course, if you draw 2-so, then you can go 1-so, 1-so. But there's our deal in.
Tanabe pushing a little bit here. Gets
Reach
caught
Pinfu,
out.
Dora 1. And Harikae going to pick up 39 plus the pot. Should jump into second place. And Tanabe is in bit of trouble now. Getting really close to that cut line for the end of the tournament now at 110.9 if it were to end here in fourth place. Of course, Ueno's not in that much better a position. If she drops to fourth, she'll be in an even worse spot. This hand has a Dora. It's actually really close. Ryanshanten. We have a Hatsu pair. You kind of go Honitsu, but you have the 7, 8, 9 pins, so probably just call and go. This is kind of a mess. That's a, can I go Kokuji Muso? And the answer is no. No, you can't.
Does seem like a tough spot here.
5, so, ooh, that's a beautiful Sozu shape.
Don't think we've
I
seen...
kind of just want to cut 3-pin. Okay, we'll go the 3-mon route.
Different 3. I don't think we've seen any player go for Kokushi Muso today on the broadcast tables. Over our 3 games.
Well, the thing about Kokushi is it's worth a lot, but it's also really hard. That's why it's worth a lot.
Exactly.
Possible 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku now.
It's coming through.
6-mon. Well, you can get rid of the Dora, but if you want to go to the Tanya, we'll hold the Dora for now, of course. 5, so decent floater, but just going to throw it back. Holding the 9, so for potential 7 and 9 Sanshoku upgrade. 4-mon doesn't do anything for this hand. It's just not good. And we'll throw the 1, so cut the Penchan, hope to see things upgrade later. Tone goes back. Tone goes back.
Oh, no
9
third
pin
copy.
doesn't do anything either. 7, so is a great fill, but the hand's still slow.
Oh, there's the pay though. The north. Just gonna go back out. A little bit scarier because we haven't seen any norths yet.
Well, this is the same thing we talked about earlier, where you just see a bunch of them back to back in the wall.
There's the third one. But
Gets
actually,
the Anko here at the 5 pin.
Yeah.
This 4-5-5-5 shape is great if you don't have a pair, but the hand already has a pair.
Ueno, interestingly, decided to keep the north as a safe tile for later instead of discarding it immediately.
We're getting towards the end of row 1, so I don't mind hedging a little bit.
Oh, or maybe she just
no.
read the wall. It's not the greatest weight, but now she has
it's
them.
pretty bad. There's the Hatsu, just trying to get end this hand. Just look for 1 or maybe 2 Han. Will potentially be on the 6-9 mon, but still Ishunten. The 3 moves this towards an Intotsu. We'll hold the 8 mon Dora indicator, hoping to connect to it with Dora. 4 mon pair up doesn't really do anything here. We'll cut the Dora now, says it's time.
Whoa,
And there's the
it gets
Chi, now
called.
Tempai waiting 1 4-mon for Hatsu Dora 1.
Not that big, but the win is actually going to change a lot of things here. Especially a sumo or direct hit on Harikae will put Ueno ahead of her going into the final round. Still behind Suzuki, but could...
Ishunten for Riichi Pinfu. 6 is a miss.
Yeah, could make that up in the final dealer turn. Ueno looking to put on a show in the final rounds.
1 pin doesn't do anything, so it's going to get thrown. 3-mon. I said there was a 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku, but it's going to take some work. Nope, never mind. It's dead. Mon comes out, still waiting on the 1-4. 6 is clear. 5 so. Ugh. Not a good draw. Yeah, just breaks away from this.
And it keeps the
Doesn't want to
5
throw.
so
Oh,
though.
there's our Tenpai Riichi Pinfu waiting on 5-8 mon.
Now Ueno's in a really tough spot when you have those 2 calls. She's just gonna keep
She's
pushing.
got a jam by the dealer Riichi.
Not much
There's a
else.
Dora drawing
Oof.
Patsu. This party's over.
Oof.
This is probably. Oh, just throws it.
Yep. Harikae wants to prevent this dealer reach. This dealer reach could turn a lot of positions over if it
Oh, yes.
wins, even on sumo.
Draws the 6.
Looks like everybody's just fighting it.
Looks like it. Well, that is Tenpai, but doesn't
Okay.
take it.
Maybe not that much fighting.
That's one where you could have Dommed with a 9 so cut, or you could have Riichi'd with a 4 so cut. But there's our deal in. 2 Han and the stick.
And it works out for Ueno here. That's going to definitely
It's gonna
put her
Ueno into second place.
Yeah, with the stick. With the Riichi stick.
Certainly susceptible to any decent sized sumo now.
Tanabe going to be looking basically for Mangan or higher here. Even Mangan
Yeah,
sumo
really
wouldn't
needs
put her
Haneman
above.
sumo here
Yeah.
for the second. But if you can Mangan Roan off either of the other two directly, then that would do it. And this is kind of a Pinfu hand, but there's just not much value yet. You want to go Itzy, you want to get a Dora, but 2, 4, 4, 5, 8, 9 is not a great start. This is a much better hand. Still needs a little bit of work, but it's usable. This is a nice little Honitsu. Very callable as well. 2, 4, upgrade the Kanchan. 7 pin connects to the 8 nicely. Possible 7, 8, 9 spawn Shuku. 3 pin's a great fill. And
Huge
says, we'll just
fill.
take our 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think Suzuki's happy with any sort of win at this point. Her first place. She could even have taken a second place and probably still qualified, but any first place I think for Suzuki she'll be happy with.
Oh, yeah. I feel first place locks her in the next round. 3 Mon's a miss. Gonna get thrown back. 6 upgrades this to a Kanchan. Might go Tanya if you cut 1, 1 so later.
Question.
9 Mon turns to 8, 8, 9, 9. Not the ideal shape at all. Could go 5 Mon, could go south, could go 2 Mon. Thinks about the 6 though for a bit. That's, I think, a bit much. Okay, it goes with the 5. Wants to hedge this towards a Chanta Junshan route, but the 6 so just kills out any other route for this hand.
I think
As it is, it can turn into a nice hand if you can draw, say, 7 Mon and turn that into a Peiko.
How
But
do
the
you
6 so locks it in.
feel like Harikae is at the point where she doesn't have to force too much huge value from the hand?
Okay,
I
that's the
believe.
plan.
I think even getting second here would be reasonable to try and qualify in the later rounds.
I have an Ishunten there as well with the 5, 7, 9 Mon. 8 Mon. Well, there's a Ryonkon. Can cut 1, 3 and go Tanya to at least make it callable. Problem is when you make a hand brute forced into Tanya, it means your defense is going to be a lot harder if someone does Riichi. South pair up. We'll cut the 8. Again, the plan is clearly Chanta, maybe south.
Yep, we'll
Upgrades
see if
the
it
shape
pays
there
off.
nicely.
Is
2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So we'll need a 1, 4. There's our south.
That's a big south?
Not called.
Right. Because Harikae just needs more
This should just be
points.
2 pin.
Oh, thinking.
I mean, you can lock the Sanjiku in with the 9, but I would always cut 2 pin here.
I think she's looking for the Dora acceptance from 2-pin. No, you're right.
No.
It's finally
Yeah,
gone.
gets there eventually. It'd be nice, but at the same time, how
Oh,
useful is it? Oh,
out
well,
it
speaking of
goes.
Dora acceptance, that's a Dora into the muck.
Yeah, Tanabe in last place, willing to discard the Dora here. He's got her sights on a different kind of hand.
Is the hand shape at least locked in at this point?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, you say that, but it's not necessarily true because it could be Honitsu, also could be Chitoi, could be Toy Toy.
Right. Well, I'm just saying a different
Oh,
kind of
that's
hand.
the worst draw.
Well.
Panic. I'd cut Tumon.
Yeah, 2-1 seems pretty
You
reasonable.
can shift this down with some cheese to the Sanshoku if you keep the 899.
Yeah, but if you call Chi, then
Okay, cuts the 9. Says this is the pension. 4 Tempai, Riichi Pinfu. No, Dama.
Yeah, Suzuki doesn't need the points. She has
Yeah,
Pinfu.
Dama on the 1-4. It is Pinfu. Maybe Tanyao.
Here comes Dora. It's kept by
There's the
Ueno.
4. Deals in. Tanyao, Dora 1.
And that's the Riichi game. That's round 3. Ooh,
Drops
Ueno.
Ueno into 3rd place, though. Very big result. Suzuki first with a 45.7. Second place is going to be Harikae with a big win early. Didn't really do anything afterwards. And it says -6. It's actually +6.
Right.
But it is a nice little result. Ueno with the -15.3 off that deal in South 4. And Tanabe just got nothing.
Unfortunate. She really had some good shots there, but not enough to make it out.
Well, felt like there was a lot of awkward play because a lot of those hands started looking good and then just got stuck. And that is one of the most frustrating feelings in Mahjong is you have potential and then the entire second row no one does anything.
Right.
You know everyone's close.
Well, let's see what that potential wrought in terms of actual results here. So, here, once again, in the bold are the scores going into Game 3. The 4th column, the total after Game 3, that is the most important column right now. That is the one that determines where the players landed at the end of Game 3.
You see Suzuki in great shape there, winning the players that are in this group. And Nikaido looks to be at the bottom of it.
Yep. She was at the bottom before and took a small negative, but still lower than all of our other players. Unfortunately, Lika, our 3rd place representative from WRC, the biggest loss of the round in Game 3. So she's not out.
60.5. Yeah, not out, but it's going to be much harder now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We'll have to cheer her on twice as hard tomorrow. But, of course, before we go, we do have another interview from one of our other players who made it through. JPML representative who made it through. Do you want to take a guess as to who it might be? All right.
I don't know. I feel like Suzuki just because she's in the best place. Also, Lika is doing pretty well, so it might just be Lika.
Well, let's see who it was.
日本プロマージャン連盟所属の東條亮です。今回は前回優勝した、4年前ぶりの勝ち上がりなのでとても嬉しいです。前回優勝した時に、M リーグに加入できたので、今回も、しっかり返り咲くために結果を残したいと思います。頑張ります。ぜひ応援よろしくお願いします。
So indeed,
big congratulations.
Yeah, it was Ryo Tojyo who made it through after round 2 today. So maybe a little bit of a trick question because she had made it through after round 2, but not round 3. But as we saw there, she is a member of JPML. She wants to get back in M League. I think you can hear from the way she mentioned it in her little interview there. She mentioned that last time she won, it helped her get drafted to M League, and she was in M League for a few years, and I think she wants to go back. I think she wants to be back.
It is certainly intense, and people know who you are when you're in M League.
That's right. For sure. Now, that being said, let us see our final results of the day. So, all this information, I suppose, could have been gleaned from the previous graph, but it's a lot easier to see here. So we saw Suzuki, who won our table, taking the first place currently and advancing to the final rounds. Seto, who we saw on round 1, I believe. Uomi Seto. She's advancing to the final rounds. And we also saw Nagata play as well. And she has advanced as well. So congratulations to Suzuki, Seto, and Nagata, who are making it to the finals of the individual cup. We can see a number of our players. The ones in light green and light orange are the players who were lower in the rankings, who got added in after the current rounds. The green ones here are the players who will be playing first tomorrow. And one of them, as you can see, is Lika. So we will be seeing Lika tomorrow for our next battle. You can see she's at 139.9, has got to make top 3. Third place right now is only 174.4 with our 3 big scores being not relegated, but promoted to the finals.
Yeah, and they're out of the scrum into the big one.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Nikaido sister Aki, she will be cut with the lowest score. So 12 players left. Lika basically right in the middle, 6th place of those 12. Gotta make it up to the top.
And as mentioned, we will have a broadcast tomorrow.
That's right.
So I think it's about time to wrap it up here.
Tomorrow, same time, we'll be seeing Lika. We'll see if she can make it through. Unfortunate third game, but she had a really good second game. So.
All right. So for tips, Chiral, Nathanael, and Jen, this is Corak from the Sankei Shimbun Cup broadcasting team. Hope to see you then.
That's right. See you next time.